All right, welcome everybody. This is the championship for Season 5 of Civ4 AI Survivor. As a quick background on what we're viewing here, this is a map that was designed by Commodore last year. It is a mirrored map, so everyone has the same starting position. I'll go ahead and just show the map real quickly here. So everyone's capital looks exactly the same. Everyone's got kind of the same resources at their starting position. It's a nice mixture of the different food resources associated with each tech, and they will all have access to the strategic resources in the same location on each map, along with the middle of the map being this jungle region that has a lot of calendar resources in it. So who is here in the championship game? Let's take a quick look. So everyone here is either the first place finisher or a second place finisher from our playoff games. So our first place finishers, we had, well, I'll just do them by playoff game. So from playoff game number 1, we have the surprising Washington, who was not really expected to be here, but did win playoff game number 1. He also was brought to the championship game from playoff game 1 by Charlemagne, who is somewhat amazingly the defending champion from season 4. Kind of a fluky win, but he did make it there. If you hear me refer to him as Burger King, it's because his portrait looks very similar to the Burger King advertising, at least here in the United States. So yeah, he is the defending champion. He will have a chance to defend his crown. It's kind of funny. Last year, Stalin was the defending champion. He made it back to the championship game, although he did not win there. So those are our two from playoff game number 1. From playoff game number 2, our winner was Ashoka, who I'm trying to pronounce more accurately, as not as Ahsoka. I will probably slip on that, but I will do what I can. So he was the winner of playoff game number 2, another kind of upset, very peaceful, pacifistic AI leader, but managed to have kind of a fluky result. We reran that map a bunch of times. His win really was pretty fluky, but he made it here, and he is joined by Willem. Willem is also a repeat visitor from the championship game from last year. He was in the championship game in season 4 and probably should have won, but famously refused to research rifling tech and then got defeated. And then finally from playoff game number 3, our winner of playoff game number 3 was Gilgamesh. He is a much more aggressive leader, low peace weight, much more prone to fighting. And we, as our second place finisher from that game, we have Mehmed, who is also a militaristic AI. So we've got a nice split between more pacifistic leaders like Ashoka, to a certain extent Washington. We have some religious focused leaders. Ashoka and Charlemagne are both going to focus on religion. We also have quite a few people who might go for a cultural victory. Willem could do it, Ashoka could do it. We've seen Gilgamesh try to go for culture as well. So it should be a fun game. And with that background in mind, I think we will go ahead and get started. Now, with this being a mirrored map, everyone will probably send their settlers in roughly the same direction. There's the circumnavigation bonus going to the observer civ. So you might notice that the ones in the south, they're all moving to the northwest. The ones in the north are not quite as mirrored. Ashoka is going southwest here. People in the chat said he may be missing fishes. It doesn't look like it. Perhaps there is a fish missing. Let's see. So there's one above the iron, and then there's one 5 north of the wines. You're right. It does look like there might be. Yeah, there is in fact fish missing over here. I thought I fixed that, but apparently it's not fixed here. So 5 north of the wines, and there should be another one over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now we should have it covered. There we go. Yeah, demand a restart. I think that's okay. So that should now be mirrored. All right, so no one has planted their capital just yet. You can see they all mostly seem to be moving either to the southwest or to the northwest on this mirrored map state. Who is researching a religion? Well, Ashoka and Charlemagne both start with mysticism tech, and they are both going for meditation. Charlemagne will win if it's a coin flip, because he is first in turn order here. Let's see if everybody plants the same city, because again, it is a mirrored map. So this is a nice spot for sure, on the river, with the grassland hill pigs and a dry corn. This is a slightly different spot here. The Americans have missed out on the really should have been one tile west because they've missed out on this food resource, which is a shame because they start with agriculture and could improve it immediately. Same thing here. Mehmed, who also starts with agriculture, did the same thing. Now Gilgamesh has grabbed that spot. He starts with agriculture. Willem has not settled yet. Charlemagne has also missed out. Okay, so interesting that some of these are like one tile off from each other. And Willem also has this. So the creative civs will get those border pops right away. Let's see again who gets this religion. It looks like Charlie's now one turn ahead, interestingly enough. So he should pop Christianity here. Or wait, do we have, can't remember if we have choose religion on in this game or not. Looks like choose religion is not turned on, so he'll found Buddhism instead. Otherwise, he would pick Christianity if he could choose. So there's our first religion. And now the question is, okay, so Ashoka canceled out of his pursuit of another religion and he detoured back into hunting. So now it's kind of up for grabs on who gets the second religion. Sometimes you would have expected them to split those two, but apparently the polytheism religion is just out there for whoever wants it right now. So let's advance a couple turns. A lot of people on animal husbandry and fishing if they don't start with it for obvious reasons. Now, Mehmed, wait, Mehmed's going to get the other religion? That's unexpected. Out of all leaders, I wouldn't have expected him. I would have said he had the lowest odds of anyone to go for another religion, because we've even seen Washington go for it before. Does Ashoka have a fast worker? He does indeed have a fast worker. Good question, but he does seem to have one. No, there's no pick religions turned on for this game, so it's just the default. All right, well that's not what we were expecting to see. So it looks like we're going to have polytheism pop up over here. So we could have a holy city here, and then these parts of the map be religionless. Let's take a quick look at how they're doing as far as improving their capitals. So Gilgamesh starts with agriculture, researching animal husbandry. He has farmed the floodplains and the wet wheat, and he's working on. Oh, he hasn't improved this, so he's got those two tiles improved. Charlemagne has not improved any of tile. Well, he improved the deer tile. That's it. He is building a settler. It's going to come out pretty fast. Mehmed has culture flavor for religion. I didn't know that. Okay. Ashoka has a wine where the cow should be. I guess that's right. Yeah, it looks like that should be a cow on that tile. Okay. Some of you are really picking up on some mistakes that technically Commodore made, but I guess you're right. That should be a cow, shouldn't it? Because everybody else is a cow in that spot, don't they? Yeah, everybody else is a cow in that spot. Okay. Yeah, you guys don't need to highlight all your messages. And yes, aggressive AIs is on. See? That was a one-time off thing that we saw last week. So I was trying to highlight what the AIs had done with their capitals. Charlemagne had only improved his hunting tile. Willem down here has improved all of his... Well, he hasn't improved the silver yet, but he's improved his clams plus wheat plus deer tiles. So this is looking pretty good for him, although he's not going to be able to do a whole lot with that food surplus because he's already hit the happiness limit. The fish that was added for Ashoka is too... okay. You're right, it's supposed to be there. But let's spend a little bit less time focusing on very small details of the map. But you are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's supposed to be on this tile. Alright, so meanwhile, over here, Ashoka, he starts with mining, so he's mined a whole bunch of tiles, but he does not increase his food, which means he's stuck at size 3. Washington over here, he starts with agriculture fishing, so he's got the same start as Willem, has improved all his resources. Looking pretty good there. And the Ottomans have improved the wheat and the deer tiles. Yes, the Apostolic Palace is not available in this game, just as it hasn't been for all the other... just as it has not been available for all of the other Season 5 games. So we do have our first settler out on the map right now, and that is Charlie finished it. Oh no, never mind. He did not finish it. Just 2 turns away from being completed. A lot of AIs are building settlers, but a lot of them are somewhat foolishly building them in their size 1 second city. But it still is going to be finished first in Holy Rome. So we'll see where this goes first, and then there'll be other settlers out on the map soon enough. So far, no one else has made a play for that polytheism. No, not a mod. I made a change to some of the underlying files to take out the Apostolic Palace. Although I guess that kind of is what a mod is, but... Alright, so it's obviously going to settle this resource cluster. Maybe right here, maybe right there. Alright, right there. Unfortunately needs a border pop to be useful, because this inner ring is not very good. Not the greatest spot chosen for a city, but it's okay, I guess. Certainly has a lot of resources, they're just mostly in the second ring. Alrighty, so who else has a settler out on the map? Well, there's one almost, well, halfway done for Gilgamesh. Like 3/4 of the way done for Willem. Charlie just finished his and put a city down. Mehmed's working on one. Looks like Washington, did he finish one here? No, that's a worker. Alright, he's got one half done, and Ottoman should be almost done with the settler. Alright, so no one's quite done. I think Willem is the closest to having a settler done here. He is apparently working on animal husbandry resources, so he's going to have a good city here, because he's going to have the triple food resources done shortly. He's also farming that tile for some reason. He's going for mining, which will let him connect he definitely needs to connect this. Then he'll also need will to build a road on it. But yeah, looking pretty solid there. Amsterdam's at size 6. Doesn't have enough happiness for that, but... And there is the second religion popping up in Mehmed's territory. Also building Stonehenge. Wow. It's not the game plan I was expecting from Mehmed. A little more culture focused than I was thinking. A religion and Stonehenge thus far. So we've got another settler coming out here. The problem for Charlemagne is he doesn't have tile improvements done. Like, look, he still has, like, nothing connected. What has he actually improved? He's improved this tile, and that's it. This is one of the reasons why I didn't like this guy. It's just his starting texts don't line up very well with the map. So Willem just finished a settler, and a bunch of other leaders should be finishing theirs too. Let's see who else. So this is not done yet, but 3 workers from Gilgamesh. Wow, that's a lot of workers. AI often doesn't build enough workers. So Washington also just finished a settler, and Ashoka's got one over here. If he gets a really bad dice roll, he could lose this archer, because there's only one archer defending this. And like this barb archer already has a promotion. It'll probably be fine, but it's not guaranteed. Willem seems to be heading towards the middle of the map. I don't know if that's good or bad at this stage, to be concentrating on that part of the map. And Mehmed's got a settler almost done. Yeah, he could be in potential trouble too. Okay. I don't think this is the best spot to pick. Unfortunately for him, the copper is in the 3rd ring. Yeah, well, you know what? The one thing that this city does have is it can grab the corn away from this city, which already has double food resources. So by splitting off the corn, it's not that bad. And I guess he already has copper here in the 3rd ring. Willem needs to research the wheel so he can connect his resources. He needs actually needs the health as well as the happiness. But that's looking pretty good. And boy, Washington really sticking his neck out for this spot. It's a good city, don't get me wrong. But that's pushed pretty aggressively towards the middle of the map. Like when you settle like this, you are putting a target on your back. We also have our first Barb city in between Mehmed and Washington. That may keep them separate. And then Ahsoka picked this spot over here, which was the mirrored spot that Charlemagne picked at the bottom side of the map. So it's the identical spot down there at the bottom. So the only one that doesn't have a 3rd city yet is Gilgamesh. No, Mehmed doesn't have one either, although I believe that he's got a settler out right now. And he's building Stonehenge too, which would be a nice wonder for him, because he has no innate culture stuff. So yeah, he's got one out on that. And Gilgamesh did plant a city. He went for the same spot that Willem did. So Willem and Gilgamesh have mirrored their starts thus far. Although they don't have the same resources connected everywhere. But their build patterns are really similar too. Look at how similar this is. Amsterdam, Settler 4, Uruk, Settler 5, Eridu, Barracks, 4 turns, Utrecht, Barracks, 5 turns, the Scout here, and Archer here. Very similar openings for the two of these thus far. I'm pleased to see that they don't have a lot of border tension right now. They will probably down the road. I'm kind of banking my picks on these two not getting caught in a war, but I suppose we'll see. Maybe missing a crab diagonal to the horse. I don't think so. Or, yeah. No, there is supposed to be a crab here. I was looking at the other crab. Alright, so it looks like the mirroring on this map is a little off. I don't remember us discussing it this much last year. Maybe we just didn't catch it. So the other thing is there are still more religions out there to be picked up by the various leaders. Like there's still the monotheism religion that could be out there for someone. All right, so, and Mehmed went for that same spot that we've seen a couple people grab, this spot with the pigs and the rice in the outer ring. So some of the leaders, yeah, some of the leaders definitely did mirrored starting positions last year too. So Stonehenge, first significant wonder. That's going to help him with the border pops. Now he doesn't need it here because this is a holy city, but all his other cities will benefit from that. The Mehmed troll off to a good start, and look at this, denies the Stonehenge from Ashoka, who had been going for that early on. 3 turns. Let's see how much fail gold he gets. He's at 6 gold. So we got about 100 gold, but I think it would be better to have the wonder, honestly. Get those free monuments. That probably would have been more useful. All right. Anybody have a settler out right now? Looks like Washington does. And another Barb city popping up here. This seems to be the part of the map that's getting all the Barb cities. How about else? Anywhere else? Just that one? Just this one part of the map here. It's generally bad for the AI when they have barbarian cities pop up next to them, because it stops them from just settling those spots. So there's actually quite a few people with settlers out. Willem, Gilgamesh, they're mirroring each other. Charlemagne, no, that's not a settler. That's, oh, he already has his 4th city finished. Not just a settler out, but already founded. Looks like another good spot. I mean, most spots on this map are pretty solid, but Plains Hill, a lot of food resources, stone, looking pretty good. So yeah, we've got a couple other settlers to follow. Ashoka does not have a settler out because he was building Stonehenge, and Mehmed, same thing. They're both building Stonehenge, so that slows down their expansion a little bit. But Washington's got this settler out. He's probably going to settle here, although there is a small chance he could lose this settler to the Barbs because there's 2 archers that can attack. Probably is fine, but not impossible. Now the Barb decided to retreat. Would have had maybe like 20 to 30% odds if this Barb archer attacked, but decided to retreat back towards the city. So Philadelphia not in the exact mirrored spot. We've been seeing a lot of other people put the city down on this tile. Washington also founding cities in a different order. He went for that spot first, and then this spot afterwards. So Willem settled this spot. He picked the same mirrored spot as well, but since he's creative, it'll be easy to get these resources in his borders. This is a much better plant for a creative leader than for a non-creative leader, because you just get all the resources almost instantly. Willem did connect his silver resource for that all-important happy face. And Gilgamesh is about to do the same. Gilgamesh did the same thing. Again, exact same spot. Him and Willem continue to mirror one another in like eerie fashion. Charlemagne still has no resources connected. Well, I guess he has the one that's on the river, but I don't think he has roads. I don't think he has wheel yet. Nope, no wheel for him, so he can't connect his resources. No copper for him. Whereas like Gilgamesh starts with the wheel, so he has a lot of stuff connected. Yeah, look at all these health resources, which he needs because of the jungle. Keep this city, oh, and there's another happiness resource. So he's got double happiness connected. Yeah, he's got furs and silver. Whereas over here, Willem has not connected this, although he has a worker on the tile, so he'll have it shortly. How about some of these other leaders? How about Ashoka? He doesn't look like he has wheel tech yet either, so he doesn't have resources connected. Washington, same thing. Just the just the ones that are on his rivers. And Mehmed starts with wheel, so he should have stuff connected. He apparently doesn't have mining though, because he doesn't have the silver hooked up yet. So I would say that Willem and Gilgamesh have definitely managed their starts the best. Ashoka probably the worst because he went for Stonehenge and didn't get it overall. So Deity gets 75% against Barbed Archers. They get an additional 50% city defense. Okay, I forgot that they got an additional city bonus. So yeah, that's probably why the AI backed off. There was just like no shot that would ever work. They probably have to snipe the settlers while they're in the field. Also, Ashoka still not another settler. I guess he's going for it there, but definitely slow at expanding. Anyone else have some settler out there? That's a worker. Charlie, nope. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any settlers out on the map, so we can maybe do a couple turns here while people are in the process of building stuff. I guess the Ashoka is about to have one finished shortly. A lot of people on bronze working in animal husbandry. Obviously both important early game techs. So here's a settler. It's not even being escorted. What the heck, man? Where's this going? Are you going to guard this thing? He's probably sending it over here to where that warrior is. Nope, never mind. Turned around and headed back in the same direction again. And Ashoka's settler just finished here too. Maybe Charlemagne realized it wasn't a good idea to send a settler out unescorted. Nope, it's still just sitting there. Okay, just sitting there, not doing anything. You know, it's not enough just to build the settler. You do have to move it out on the map and do something with it. So, on we go. So with bronze working, finishing on some of these AIs, they'll start connecting their copper. The AIs won't go to war unless they have, typically unless they have copper or iron connected. They can go to war if they just have horses, but they have to get to horse archers, is my understanding. Oh boy, this is an unfortunate barbs. Wait, no, that was already there. Never mind. I was like, this is unfortunate, but it was already there. Also, why is there Washington culture on this tile? That's weird. Why is it showing American culture here? Hold on. Because we can see if there's culture on these tiles. How does Washington have culture on this tile? Did he capture the Barbed City and then lose it? Did that actually happen? Because it's reflecting as though he captured that city for a turn and then lost it. Huh. Well, in any case, there's only one archer here. I'm wondering if, because like it's showing Washington culture 1 on this tile. He must have captured this city and then lost it or something. I don't know how else he could have had it. That's really weird. Well, anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm just trying to figure out how the heck that happened. Uh-oh. Ashoka's got a settler here, but it's only guarded by a warrior. So we could have an archer against warrior match here. I mean, the settler will probably just run back into its territory, but still, they could always do something stupid like moving here and then getting hit. Or it could move in that direction and be fine. But the AI does occasionally lose units to the barbarians. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. All right, well, in any case, we are now 50 turns into the game. Ashoka did get his 4th city down here in a jungle spot that we've seen a number of other leaders go for. Some of the other leaders have been putting it on this tile, which I think is a better tile, honestly. Although it does miss out on the rice, it gets the Plains Hill. So let's take a quick overview here. I keep getting thrown off and thinking that's Washington City, but nope, that's a Barbed City. So in terms of city count, almost everybody's at 4. Charlie is at 5, although he still has no roads and no resources connected right now. He grabbed this spot up here in the corner, which was the logical spot to put his city down. Everybody else I believe has 4. Mehmed put his 4th city here, right up against the Barbed. So who gets these Barbed cities is going to be pretty important in terms of thinking about how this game goes. Yeah, everybody else has 4 cities. I think that there's a settler done here for Willem, and that means that there's probably one finished for Gilgamesh too. Yep, right here. So map's starting to fill up over here. Let's take our early look at the bar graphs. GNP is mostly culture at this stage of the game. I don't see any huge differences there. Production, Gilgamesh is tops in production. interestingly enough. Ashoka was the early leader because he started with mining tech. He's the only one of these leaders who starts with mining tech, so he built a lot of mines early on. Similarly, Ashoka was low in food because he was working all those mines. Everybody's pretty even right now, although Washington, I don't know what happened here. His food went way down. Maybe he started working mines. Power is pretty even, although Gilgamesh is ahead by a little bit. Culture, that's the Stonehenge effect. Otherwise, it's 2 creative leaders and the Holy City from Charlie. More significant is probably everybody's finances at this stage of the game. So Washington's 11 beakers per turn, Charlie's 11, Ashoka's 11. It looks like 11's popular. Willem's 50% higher than that, 16. Gilgamesh is 12. Mehmed's 10. Everybody's pretty close. Not much of a difference. I guess the financial trade's kicking in a little bit of extra commerce right now. And that's kind of the difference right there. So even game, nothing too huge has popped up yet. I will say Washington's score being this low is slightly concerning. It's in part because he apparently doesn't have mysticism and none of his cities popped borders. Yeah, no mysticism. So his city, he is not getting land points because his cities haven't expanded borders. That's the main reason his score is low, but there is something to that. Like if your cities don't have popped borders, they can't work tiles that are out in the second ring. And we the Observer Civ are the wealthiest in the world because we were doing no research, just sitting on money every single turn. All I can think of is that Washington maybe occupied this city for 1 turn and then it was recaptured, but otherwise I don't know how he got American culture on those tiles. The barbarian cities being over here are definitely not great for Mehmed and Washington. That's going to make it so it's harder for them to expand, just because those are spots they will not be able to expand into. All right, Gilgamesh is going, he's one of the first to be going deep into the jungles. So he's probably going to found right on this spot. And his culture will lock down this portion of the map. Now, this city is going to be absolute garbage, but eventually, wow, he's down to 20% research. That's not great. That's a lot of maintenance this early in the game. Already 4 gold per turn maintenance. But this will give him control of this part of the map. So his borders will expand. In the future, post-ironworking, post-calendar, this is going to be pretty good. Oh yeah, diplomatic situation's a good suggestion. So Washington's worst enemy of Gilgamesh. Charlie is worst enemy of Mehmed. Ashoka is surprisingly not anyone's worst enemy. Gilgamesh worst enemy of Washington. Mehmed worst enemy of Charlemagne. And we have some minuses. Mehmed is not well liked by the high peace weight leaders. Neither is Gilgamesh. Willem is cautious with everybody. Or, excuse me, they are annoyed with them. It's not vice versa. Washington is annoyed with Gilgamesh. And Charlie does not like Mehmed because of the religious, both peace weight and religious differences. Wait, did Gilgamesh just double expand? Oh, he did, didn't he? He put this down and this down. Well, that's why his economy is garbage now. Now he's down to 10% research. Although he does have some, he is raising some money at that amount. He's at 3 beakers per turn. Now he can increase that, but still, I mean, any territory settled is territory you don't have to conquer later. Ashoka grabbed that city recently. So, yeah, I mean, getting out there and putting down claims on the map, that's always good to see for leaders. There should be multiple settlers for the Dutch here, too. I see 2 settlers done. See if they actually move out. Guarded just by a warrior there. Where's the other one? Oh, wait a minute. He had 2 settlers. What happened to the other one? I thought he had 2. Oh, well, maybe I missed it. Well, anyway. And I haven't focused as much on Charlemagne, but wait, did he put down another city? No, he didn't, did he? He's still on 5. In fact, he has a lot of unhappy cities because of lack of happiness. This is a badly wounded barbarian by Willem. Oh, did he potentially... Oh, you know what? I think he lost a settler to this archer. Because he had another settler over here, and I think this archer that has 3 XP must have killed the defending unit. That's a pretty big setback because Willem would have settled right here and then locked down this corner of the map. So, like I said, that's kind of a big setback. He'll still likely get that spot, but it will delay it. Looks like it was just an unlucky dice roll, honestly. Like, this settler's still wandering around. Willem clearly has the economy to settle more territory. Just needs to get the cities down. And he just had that cattle tile pillage too. Even though there's an axe right here. Oh wait, now there's another settler. Maybe the settler just ran back here because there's another settler in here. Like, this axe could easily kill this archer. But instead just runs in the opposite direction as this archer continues pillaging. I'm sorry if I'm ignoring more than that, but I'm really curious about what's going to happen to this archer now. Alright, finally was killed by that axe. Anyway. So what are we at now in terms of city count? So 6 for Ashoka, who is building Great Wall and pyramids. Washington, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 7. No, 6 cities. This is not a Washington city, even though it looks like it. Is not actually a Washington city. Oh, and I need to take the overview too. I forgot to do that on turn 50, so let's just do that now. Just because it's helpful to see the map early on. Okay. That should cover it more or less. All right. Actually can go in a little bit. If I can get that stupid thing out of the corner. Okay. There we go. Anyway, so I was trying to get the view of how many cities. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Charlie, 5 for Willem, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for, wow, 7 for Gilgamesh? Oh, he put this city down here too. Gilgamesh been expanding quickly here. Washington, 6, although they are not very well connected at all. And Mehmed, 5. This part of the map seems a little bit less settled thus far. Charlie with roads finally. Does he have roads? No, he still doesn't have roads down yet. He still doesn't have wheel tech so far. Oh wait, yes, he must have just finished it. So did we see Great Wall get finished? Yep. Not the most impactful wonder on this map, but he did finish it. And it looks like he's going to get pyramids too, I think. Looking to see if anyone else is going for that. Oh, Willem has a settler all the way up here. Okay, unescorted apparently. Way up there, okay. That's a bold plant. So you can see this part of the map that has the desert, the AIs tend to ignore. Like, they've all built their empires curved around that desert patch because they know it's weak land. You can kind of really see how they evaluate things in that sense. I would think Willem would just settle this spot down here. It's a good spot, but we'll see if he does. And again, no one has gone for the third religion yet. Some people are getting masonry though, so I expect we'll see it sooner or later. Ahsoka should get a great spy out of that. So most of the map's settled now. Should just check in on whose power is the highest. So it's Willem and Gilgamesh by a wide margin. They have similar piece weights, and thus far they have no border overlap. So in theory, you would not think they would go to war. My game plan will fall. My picking contest falls apart if these two go to war. So I'm really hoping they don't fight. I'm hoping that Gilgamesh will look to Ashoka or Washington instead, who he has a much bigger piece weight difference with. And Washington in particular really seems to be waving a flag at Gilgamesh and encouraging him to come after him. Now the pyramids is a more significant wonder. That's a nice pickup for Ashoka. Has anyone clearly failed to settle as well? Everyone settled roughly comparably. I will say that although everyone's settling at roughly the same rate, some are developing their internal economies a lot better. Like I think Willem, now Willem's going to get this spot down here. See, he did end up getting that spot, just a little bit delayed. Although he orphaned this crab resource for no reason at all, but whatever, it's the AI, par for the course. I guess he could settle there, but actually be a pretty good fishing city there. Because like if we look at the city counts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Willem, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Gilgamesh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Washington, 1, 2, 3, 4. So Ahsoka only has 5 cities. Ahsoka has not settled as well as some of the others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I would say that Ahsoka's expansion has lagged, and that's because he's been so heavy on the wonder building. He successfully built 2 wonders and failed to build a third. And if you sink that much production into wonders, you're inevitably going to have to sacrifice something. What he has sacrificed has turned out to be expansion. So, oh, Washington. Did I count the Barb City again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, so he does have 6. But he's about to get his 7th right here. Watch, he's going to found probably on those dies. Nope. Maybe here then? Oh boy, I mean, again, I just keep saying Washington, look, I mean, how he gets a city here is really crazy. His capital's here, and he plants the city in this spot. So I really think that Gilgamesh and Washington are racking up some sizable tension here. He's the worst enemy of Washington. And where's Washington? Washington's the worst enemy of him. If you're looking at here, Willem cautious with everyone except he likes Mehmed. We should start seeing the religions spreading pretty soon too. Although I'm still wondering if someone's going to found the next religion. Washington's score is the lowest by a good margin, and some of that is land points, but like there's something to your score being this much lower than everyone else's too. So there is some cause for concern there. Ooh, that's big. The Dutch get a really important... This Barb City is in a pretty crucial spot. Like, it's right in the middle of Dutch territory. Like, look, their border's surrounded on 3 sides, so it would have been bad for the Willem if someone else had controlled this, but now he will be able to consolidate. Like, you just don't want to have your... Like, you don't want an enemy city pressing on your borders in multiple directions. Now, these cities down here will all be back lines, and they should be pretty safe. So that's a really nice pickup for him, grabbing that Barb City. He's also working on Great Lighthouse, which would not be that important of a wonder, but certainly wouldn't hurt. He only has 2 coastal cities right now, but is anyone else going for that? Just out of curiosity. I don't see anyone else. Mehmed is still going for this cultural gameplay with Temple of Artemis. Surprisingly cultural game for him. So yeah, we should probably... The map is mostly full at this point. There, Ahsoka goes into representation. That, I mean, that's good overall because you get the bonus happiness. And the AI always runs a ton of specialists, so you get a lot of beakers from it. But there is a downside, and that's not running hereditary rule. Because, like, Gilgamesh's favorite civic is hereditary rule. And by running representation, he won't be in that. And he won't score the civics points from that. Other double free religions here. So Ashoka and Willem could be friends in a late game. Also double vassalage here from Charlie and Mehmed. Kind of interesting. Is Ashoka going for the next religion? Let's see. I wouldn't be... He is in fact going for the next religion. Okay. So he is going for the the monotheism religion. Good spot. Looks like Willem's going to be the first one to get to ironworking, which is a major tech on this map because there's so much jungle to chop down. Charlie's also headed in that direction, but more slowly. Alright, so the Americans did finally put to rest that confusion by scoring that Barb City that was causing confusion. Took it with archers, apparently. Got a combat 2 cover archer and a drill 2 archer, using the charismatic trait there. Okay. Kind of weird to see an archer promoted with combat 2 and cover, but I mean, I guess if that's the best unit you have, gotta use what works. Note that India is out of room to expand, though, and India's gotten stuck on a lower city count than most of the other leaders. I really like the way Willem's coming out of this land grab phase. We're like 75 turns in. So let's just look at their research again. Washington 13, Charlie 9. See, this is a bad sign. He is keeping up in expansion, but he is not keeping up in economy. 9 beakers per turn is terrible. 18. Willem's only at 15. So he's only at 20% research as well. Gilgamesh is at 6. Ugh. But he's running a positive gold surplus, so I don't know whether he's upgrading or what. 18 seems to be the lead right now. And Willem is running a gold surplus too, so if he finishes the Great Lighthouse, he should be in pretty decent shape. I like his positioning right now. That said, note that Gilgamesh is the score leader by a pretty solid margin, so for whatever reason, what he's doing seems to be working reasonably well. Like, some of that's, yes, he's got the early creative culture, but it's not just that. Alright, our first religious switch, or double religious switch. People picking up Charlemagne's religion. Alright, so this is good news for Charlemagne. His path to success usually involves people converting to his religion. This will make Mehmed less popular, because now there's 4 other people not practicing his religion. So we could be seeing an alliance set up here. This could be bad for Ashoka, though, too, because he's going to found his own religion, and then he will be outside the Buddhist bloc, too. And we had a question of if he's plotting war. At the moment, he is not. I'll just do a quick check. Doesn't look like anyone is plotting at the moment. Yeah, I don't see... Does not. I would be very surprised if Ashoka started the first war, but I've seen weirder stuff. I have seen Gandhi start the first war. Nope, no one appears to be plotting at the moment. Gilgamesh does appear to be building up a stack. So, where he goes with that is a good question. I am praying it does not go towards Willem, because Willem's position is looking good as long as he does not get attacked. Like, Willem's goal right now... Oh, he even did found that fishing village. Remember how I said this would be a great fishing village? He actually did found that spot. And with Great Lighthouse, it's paying for itself. Nice. Good for you, Willem. I really like his spot. I know a lot of other people have picked him as well. He just needs to stay out of a war until he gets at least to construction. Like, war is not to his benefit right now. He just should sit back, let others fight, and tech for a little while. Try to get to a more advanced generation of military tech. He's got ironworking, so he can chop down the jungle. Go in for writing, get those cheap... Ashoka has picked up Mehmed's religion. This could be pretty bad for Ashoka. Although he doesn't appear to be people's worst enemies. Washington, apparently the low peace weight AIs are focusing Washington and not Ashoka. I kind of thought they'd focus him. But like Willem's going for the cheap creative libraries next. He's managed to improve his territory. He needs to go writing, currency, and because there's a lot of calendar resources, like writing. Oh, he's even beelining calendar already. That's really smart. Like he needs writing, he needs currency, and he needs calendar. Those are the ones he needs. Currency for the trade routes and the markets. Calendar because he's got a lot of resources and he needs the happiness. So we'll see if he can get there, but that's his plan. And the big thing is, can he stay out of war with Gilgamesh? If Gilgamesh goes to war with him, then his game plan's going to collapse. And there's a good chance we see someone else winning. But like these two have really taken the score lead now. I guess to Charlemagne's credit, he's hanging in there too. Like he's got a lot of cities and he may get this oracle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cities. Although it looks like he's out of room to expand now. And it looks like he might get the oracle. But as I said, his research rate is not the best. We apparently have a lot of people outside Bulgar. So who's going to get this? Who goes first? There's one archer left. Who goes first in turn order? Washington. So Washington's probably going to get this because he moves first in turn order. Yeah, so there it goes. And Judaism founded in Ashoka's territory. All right, so will Ashoka convert to this religion? What city has his current Hinduism? What city does have his current religion? Hold on. This city, Varanasi. We'll see. The AI does have a preference for self-founded religions. It may come down to which religion spreads faster, too. It would not be wise of him to convert to Judaism, a religion that no one else practices at all. And Charlie did get the oracle. Let's see what tech he picked up. Monarchy, that's a smart grab. Hereditary rule, happiness is great, and he should have wines, because I believe everyone has wines. Washington on 12 cities, is that right? I don't think he has that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He has 10 cities, which is still a lot, don't get me wrong. But it's not 12, for what that's worth. Let's check back in. All right, now Gilgamesh is plotting war. So again, who does Gilgamesh not like? Well, he really doesn't like Washington. So you would think that's who he's going after. And he's got a little stack here. So I suspect he's targeting this city here, Seattle, which should grow to size 2 before it gets... Let's see. I suspect that this stack is headed for Washington, though. So I thought that Gilgamesh would launch himself at Ashoka, but if he goes after Washington, that would also not be good for Washington, because I don't think Washington's prepared to fight a war right now. His empire is very spaced. Yeah, look at this. Willem's #1 in power. Gilgamesh is 2 by a pretty good margin. Washington is most hated. Yeah, he's not that well liked in this game. He's the worst enemy of Gilgamesh and Mehmed. Somewhat surprisingly, the Indian leader is not drawing a lot of attention. And let's just see if this guy is plotting war. All right, I thought he was when it was redded out with everyone, but apparently not. How about Willem? Willem is not plotting war, which again is smart. He shouldn't go to war this early. My thinking was that Gilgamesh would like fight some of the high peace weight leaders and like mess them up, and then Willem would use that time to tech away. Boy, this city was really crammed in here, wasn't it? That seems likely to drive conflict with the nearby AI leaders. Willem needs to build those cheap creative libraries everywhere. I mean, look how cheap this is for the AI. 3-turn build, even though this city is working exactly 1 mine tile. How much research is Willem up to, by the way? 40? 21 for Washington, 27. I guess Charlie's research is not that bad. I should stop knocking him for that. But Willem is clearly a cut above the rest of the field right now, which is what you'd expect. And his libraries will be done faster than anyone else's, too. I guess Gilgamesh can build fast libraries, too. Now, where... Alright, so here's the Gilgamesh stack. This is what we gotta watch. Wherever this is going, it does not appear to be headed for Willem. I still think Washington's the target from this guy. This could be a target here, although the city's about to build walls. This right now is just not a great era to be attacking because people are going to have walls and you don't have catapults. No one has catapults yet. But it looks like Gilgamesh is gathering here. I would think if you were going to attack Washington, you'd just attack this city because it's got like 2 archers and no defenses. Gilgamesh could snowball off Washington. True. I mean, that's always the thing. Wars are a risk. He could successfully snowball. What would really make this work would be Mehmed plowing into Washington from the other side. That would be what would make it work. But at the moment, Mehmed's not plotting war. So we're just watching this stack as it moves up. A lot of vultures, though. And Ashoka is now converted to his own religion, which, again, I don't think is smart because no one else practices this. He's kind of off by himself. What will really kill him is if Buddhism spreads to Gilgamesh, because then you would have 1, 2, 3, 4 Buddhist leaders, and then these 2 people on the outside looking in. That would probably spell doom for Ashoka if he's the only one practicing a religion no one else has. Mehmed is also in some trouble too because his Hinduism has not spread at all. But his peace weight's in a situation a little bit better. All right, so here comes the vulture stack. We can all see it. It's marching on Atlanta. It looks like Atlanta will get the walls done, but I mean, that's not going to stop that many vultures. So yeah, I mean, 3 archers and 1 axe are not enough to stop that. So just out of curiosity, as far as the units go, let's just look at the vulture real quick. If you're not familiar with this unit, it's an axe that has 6 strength, but only plus 25% against melee instead of plus 50%. So it's much better against archers, but it's much worse against axes, if that makes sense. It's a weird, unique unit. The fact that this defense is mostly archers means Gilgamesh will be looking better. Now Washington will move first, and then Gilgamesh will move afterwards, but this city should be toast. Yeah, he moved that axe away from the city. So there it goes, and now we have our first war of the game, which is in no way surprising that it was Gilgamesh starting the fighting. All right, so this is war number 1. Hopefully 1 of 9, since that's my prediction. And first blood goes to Gilgamesh. It's going to be much harder for him to take this city, because it already has walls. It is not on a hill over here. And Gilgamesh does not have catapults, but he might be pushing in that direction. He's researching math. I wouldn't be shocked. Nope, he's going calendar instead. Again, calendar is a really important tech because there's so many calendar resources on this map. If I just highlight the luxuries, that central part of the map has dyes, sugar, and silk. I mean, that's 3 calendar resources. So plus 3 happiness is a really big deal. Alrighty, so first war. Let's keep an eye on that. Yeah, I mean, not Lincoln. Washington's not going to get this city back anytime soon, but I'm not sure how easy it'll be for Gilgamesh to make further progress. He is focusing this area over here. Also, something else to note. Note the Jewish missionary heading towards Gilgamesh. That would be interesting if Ashoka got Gilgamesh to pull into his religion, which I think is going to happen here. That would be pretty good for Ashoka long term, getting another religious ally, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. So, more request spam. Note that Willem has finished calendar tech now, so we should see his workers starting to improve the calendar resources, and now he's on currency. Also built, ooh, Hanging Gardens too. Gilgamesh converted to Buddhism, though. Last second conversion. I don't know if that was a natural spread or if Charlemagne sent him a missionary. So that's going to make it a little harder for him to switch to Judaism. Kind of an important deal because that missionary is going to be in this city in like 2 turns. And now we have a big time Buddhist bloc working against the other 2 leaders. If only Charlemagne could attack Gilgamesh. Let's see if he's plotting war, just out of curiosity. Nope. Definitely not plotting war right now. Willem not plotting war either, which again is smart. He shouldn't fight until he has catapults. How about Mehmed? Nope. I would be surprised if India was plotting war, and they're not. So Willem already headed towards currency. And if he's smart, then he'll go for construction after that. Metal casting would also be a nice pickup for him because he should have both gold and silver. Yeah, gold and silver. So that would give him enough happiness. With calendar and metal casting, he could get his cities up to like size 15 or so. Because currency would also give him the marketplaces. Willem may start to pull away with it. Like if he's not reined in like the next 30 or so turns, he could really start to pull away with this game. Especially if the other leaders start getting sucked into unprofitable wars. Like he could just race ahead of the field. But as we know, because he doesn't research rifling tech, he always is vulnerable until he finishes that. For the moment, though, we have to watch Gilgamesh because that's where the action is. Looks like he's focusing this city. I mean, there's not a ton in here, but I don't think this stack is enough. Maybe if he got some really good dice rolls. The bigger fight is over here. And again, there is also the possibility that Gilgamesh just overruns Washington and becomes a runaway. Like, that's very much in play, too. Especially if he has someone else attack Washington. Because Washington is looking kind of weak right now, I'm not going to lie. In terms of the power bar graphs, Gilgamesh is here, Washington's down here. So that's a pretty big advantage. So I think this attack fails at Boston, but I think Seattle does get captured here. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, he didn't even attack at Boston. That's another city down. Oh, we didn't. I must not have refreshed the map because we didn't get the capture message. But yeah, Washington has lost 2 cities now to Gilgamesh. And I don't think he's getting them back anytime soon. So Boston is going to have to hold out. If Boston falls, Washington's in serious trouble. If he can make a stand here, he might be able to prolong this at least until catapults show up on the scene. But if this city collapses, then it's America's in real danger. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now as we get here on turn 100. I don't think this is enough to take this city, not with walls and no cats for collateral damage, but we'll see. So zooming out, just taking stock of the map here. Quick city count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for India. For Mehmed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 cities. That's not that many. Washington, after having suffered those losses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also 8 cities, but maybe not quite as strong. Charlemagne, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ooh, 11. That's nice. Also 4 cities on the coast for those great lighthouse trade routes. Why do you need to refresh the map? Otherwise, you don't get the little printouts at the top of the screen. And then for Gilgamesh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, only 9? Even with the 2 city captures? Yeah, even with the 2 city captures, he only had 9 cities. I guess that's because he's kind of stopped expanding. We had a request to see if Mehmed's plotting, and he is. Great spot, by the way. Great spot, Trancy. Notice that he was building a lot of swords. So who does Mehmed not like? Well, he doesn't like most of anyone. So this is a big moment in the game. Where does Mehmed go with his armies? If he goes for Washington, Washington's going to be punched, is probably out of the game. If he goes for Charlemagne, we could have just an inconclusive war. If he goes for Ahsoka, it could be the same thing. Or he's cautious with the other 2. These 2 absolutely could be the targets. Could be Willem. There is some border pressure there. Could even be Well, I would be surprised if it's Gilgamesh because he doesn't border Gilgamesh. But I would say any of the other 4. Does he have a worst enemy? Just out of curiosity. Washington is his worst enemy. So I would say Washington is the most likely target, but it is not guaranteed. Let's see if we can find a location where his stack is building, because this is a really big moment in the game. Who he decides to attack. Let's just see where these units are moving. Are they like moving to a common assembly point somewhere? Mehmed is most cultured. Washington is not looking good as far as that goes. You know, I would expect to see like a big stack over here for Washington. I don't see one. I don't know. I haven't seen like a big location. He is moving some of them. It looks like this might be his rally point because look at where these axes are facing. Like they're moving to the southeast. If Ankara is the destination, he could be going for Maastricht. He could be going for Calcutta. Still too early to say. But all those are in play. Also, there was an attack against Boston that failed. Note that the defenders are wounded and all the attackers are dead. So, as expected, that's probably not going anywhere until construction's in play, and Gilgamesh is not headed there yet. In terms of bar graphs, because it was turned 100, so GMP, you can see Willem starting to pull away in GMP. Production, he's also top in production. Everybody else is super close. Food, he's also tops in food. Again, why is he tops in food? What is this big spike here? It's not like he captured a city. Well, this spike is Willem researching calendar, hooking up his calendar resources, and now all of a sudden he can go up like +4 happiness in every city. So this is him growing his cities beyond the happy cap. That's why he's tops in food. He's also tops in power right now too. So he has not yet reached the next generation of tech, which, like, what Willem wants is, again, he needs another 15 to 20 turns of peace, enough time to reach civil service, machinery, engineering, get like the next tier of units, but he's not quite there yet. He needs about 20 to 25 turns to get there, and if that's the case, he can start sweeping away attackers, but he'll be vulnerable until then, because like right now he's using this time to build mausoleum, build lighthouses, markets. Willem does not want a war right now. Now watch, I'll say this and he's plotting, but no, he's not. Oh, Spike is from Hanging Gardens. Okay, yeah, okay. So the Spike was probably Hanging Gardens. I forgot that he built Hanging Gardens. Okay. But he did get a huge spike in happiness from Calendar, and he is growing his cities, but I guess it's not that immediate. Oh, he's got a great profit here, too. What the? Interesting. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to keep an eye on, for right now, the war between America and the Sumerians is probably not going anywhere, although Gilgamesh does have another big stack, but it's pretty heavy on chariots. Well, if Washington can't get more units in here, maybe this city does fall. This would be a very brute force approach, but that is a lot of units. Washington should not be building swords, he should be building axes and spears. He only has 1 spear in that city, and that's important because there's like 5 chariots in this stack. 2 spears and 3 axes would probably defend against this. Alright, well, Washington is reinforcing. And remember, Washington moves before Gilgamesh, so this stack here will be inside the city by the time this attack comes, so I don't think this is going anywhere. Willem converting to Judaism. Switching to Ahsoka's religion. Interesting. That will improve relations with India, obviously, while plummeting them with the others. Now he's the worst enemy of Charlie as a result of that. I don't suppose he's plotting war. Nope. So these two kind of have a shared religious thing going on. By the way, what did Willem do with that great profit? I'm wondering if he used it for a great specialist, which is probably what he did. Oh, no, it's still here, still running around here. Is Monty plotting war? Yeah, Monty's the observer civ for this game. And I'm still trying to see if we can find where Mehmed's stack is built. Like, he's got some units here, but I don't know if that's like where he's gathering them. Oh, here they are. This is I think this is where he's building his stack, right here. But that's obviously not right on the border with someone else. I still think Washington's the most likely target for that. Alright, so Gilgamesh did not attack. No, he just moved his units north. He does have a lot of units. If he had catapults, this would be an easy conquest. I don't know what's going on here other than that there's a lot of units, a lot of chariots. I mean, a lot of chariots. That great prophet is still hanging out here. Let's see. Still any movement from Mehmed's? Alright, he is moving units over here. Look at these swords. Now it looks like they're moving to Ankara, so maybe, again, he's either going for Ahsoka or Willem, and this could be one of the big moments of the game. If he attacks Ashoka, I don't want to say the game's called for Willem, but it's sure looking good. In the meantime, though, I do want to see if Boston gets captured or not. Because Gilgamesh has got a lot of units over here. He still hasn't actually ordered them into combat yet, though. Kind of wandering around in enemy territory. So Willem's gone into organized religion. Yeah, so this is a pretty good sized stack from Mehmed. Where this is going, I don't know. Is it going for India? Is it going for the Dutch? Like, he's building up a lot of units there. Enough to take a city off someone. I wonder if Willem would even get to feudalism, like, before that attack arrives. Because that attack is a lot less scary if you're on feudalism. I think he may be headed in that direction because he just researched monotheism. I don't know. We'll see. Construction would also obviously be good for Willem, too. As far as this war here, yeah, it looks like Gilgamesh, no, hasn't quite attacked yet. Alright, he attacked that turn. Didn't capture the city. Did kill a fair number of defenders, though. So Willem getting the mausoleum, also a nice wonder. Obviously, great generals are popping up. So yeah, a lot of the defenders were killed in there. But they'll get a chance to promote, heal, and promote. There's an axe, 2 swords, 3 spears. The spears are not going to be very good against those vultures. Some of those vultures are going to be City Raider 3. I don't know. This city may fall, which I didn't think it would, but Gilgamesh is just overwhelming it with numbers right now. Oh, Gilgamesh stopped to heal, I think. Those City Raider 3 vultures. Anyway. So yeah, this stack is still building over here, I think. A lot of... Oh, wait, Mehmed's actually got a bunch of units in this spot here. What's he doing with all these swords? It's a lot of swords up here. A lot of swords. Anyway. So this game, a lot of this game really is like a race to see, can Willem just run away with the game before he gets attacked? Because, like, Gilgamesh is doing what I thought he would do. Oh, Gilgamesh just brought up another stack. Jeez. All those fresh vultures might be enough to punch through, because those are some very damaged units in here. Nope. Gilgamesh did not send in these units. The city is still holding. This has been a pretty big slaughter for over here. So look at Mehmed's buildup. He's been spiking pretty hardcore in terms of power recently. How is Charlie's Shrine? Good question. Should be pretty decent. Quite good, actually. Plus 20. Yeah, pretty good overall. Oh, I think this is going for India. Look at where the Mehmed stack has moved to, you guys. I think India's the target. Let's see. Because I don't think he moves his stack there if he's... Yep. So it is Ashoka who's the target. I mean, we should see the war declaration popping up. And that's a big stack. And you know who is really pleased by that? Mr. Willem. The Dutch are like, that's looking great. Looking good to us as Willem continues to race through the tech tree. Now he will have an opportunity to hop into one of these wars on one side or another. F Ahsoka, yeah. I mean, he's not dead, but this will seriously hurt him regardless. If you're like me and you have Ashoka for first to die, there's also that possibility. Let's see how this has mixed up the diplomacy, just out of curiosity. So the ones who are not in wars right now are Charlie. He's pleased with Washington. He doesn't like Willem. Doesn't like Mehmed. He's cautious with the other two. And Willem is cautious with pretty much everyone except he likes Mehmed. Willem plotting, is he? I don't think he is. Oh, no, he is. He's plotting war against someone. Oh, interesting. Well, he should be waiting until he has construction, but I don't think he's researched that yet. Yeah, he really should get construction if he's plotting war. But he's definitely ahead in tech. He probably should not be plotting war right now. So who is he? Well, he could go in kind of any direction because of the way he... Yeah, he could kind of go in any direction here. Willem might help Ahsoka. It is possible. Meanwhile, Charlie, is he plotting war as well? Nope, for the moment he's not. He's kind of sitting here. Alright, well, So the attack on Boston has clearly failed. Gilgamesh threw a lot of units at this city and came up a little bit short. So Washington will hold on for the time being. By the way, note that Gilgamesh is researching construction, but he's dropped back in the pack. He was one of the leaders, and the worrying has not helped him. Mehmed's going to have a chance to make some gains, though, because Ashoka's power is not good. Because this versus this, you can see Gilgamesh losing units. So Agra will 100% be run over here. I don't think that Mehmed has construction. No, well, he's researching it right now. So this is an easy capture, and then we'll see how far he can go from there. Oh, Washington makes peace with Gilgamesh, and Seattle is given back. Why? Why would you do that? Gave back the city of Seattle. Bizarre. But Atlanta was not given back from this spot. So that does free up Gilgamesh and Washington to get back into wars. So here comes Ashoka's counter-stack, which isn't very strong. Expect to see these two trading a lot of units over the upcoming turns. So where are the holy cities for it? So this is the holy city for Judaism. It doesn't have a shrine. Ashoka is researching feudalism, which is an expensive tech for this stage of the game. So we've got stacks of units. Now this city will be harder to break because the city's on a hill. And once the war starts, AIs will start, mass producing units, which they might not necessarily do beforehand. With Mehmed not having construction, he will just suicide into this city and he will lose all these units because city on a hill with walls is not something that this sack is going to break. You would need, I don't know, you'd probably need about 20 to 25 units to capture this, and he doesn't have anywhere close to that. So this is just going to be units thrown away for no reason. Or he could walk over there, I guess. He's still not going to have success capturing that. This could just be the first city gets grabbed, and then it's a grinding war of attrition after that. Maybe not, though. He does have, did just finish construction tech. I'm also curious as to where Willem's going to go. All right, well, so far... Wait, what? Washington's already getting involved in another war? Okay, that's funny to see. We also had another religion being... So that's war number 3. We also had another religion being founded in Charlemagne's territory, which he's not going to use because he already has Buddhism as his dominant religion. Also getting those wrath houses. He probably went for Coat of Walls because his unique building's there. I am surprised to see Washington jumping into another war. Obviously not great news for Mehmed. And note that Willem will probably have construction before he gets into this war. This stack is still in no man's land. Mehmed first to die. Yeah, I mean, maybe. If Charlie were to go after him. Although he's not plotting war right now. If Willem were... I mean, Willem could attack him too. Willem also doesn't particularly love him. So here comes the big stack. Again, this is still not going to succeed. Trying to see if Willem has a stack forming in any one location. I don't see one on like his borders, but I could be wrong. Willem definitely should finish construction before he fights, because a stack that has catapults in it will be a lot more effective. Because like this stack has a lot of units in it, but it's just going to get slaughtered if it tries to attack this, which it probably will. Just waiting to see if Mehmed's going to attack. Nope, he has been refusing to attack that city. Maybe he realizes that he's not going to succeed if he just slams a whole bunch of units in there. Still, so far nobody's been like getting run over in these wars. Alright, that turn he finally attacked, and it went as badly as you would have thought. Now Ashoka's kind of rallied his troops, so he lost that city on the first turn of the war, but kind of rallied afterwards. If we want to look at the bar graphs in terms of power, I mean, Willem is kind of taking off like he's in a rocket ship. Kind of looking a little scary there. What's his research rate, too? So here's speaker count. Washington, 46. I think he's in last. Charlie, 120. Ashoka, about 100. Willem, 120. Actually, Willem's not that high. Oh, well, you know what? He's running a lot of gold right now. He's upgrading archers into longbows. That's why he's not that impressive. Gilgamesh not looking too good there either. Mehmed, 124, although he is in this war. building catapults there. Yeah, I don't know where Willem's trying to go. I'm still not sure who he doesn't seem to like Washington very much. He doesn't border Washington though. So he probably would focus something on the border. He does seem to like Ashoka, and he likes Mehmed. So maybe Charlie or Gilgamesh might be the most likely targets here. I don't know. I'm really curious about where he's going to go. Meanwhile, over here, Washington is just suiciding soldiers for no reason. His little stack just got cleaned up. Not too likely that Mehmed will do a whole lot, though, given how Mehmed's in a two-front war. Gilgamesh has a lot of units over here, too. He's probably plotting war again as well. Yep. Gilgamesh is already plotting war again. Probably with Ashoka. He's -2 with India. So, and he's also massing a stack over here, so he's probably heading for India. Probably. Gilgamesh, oh, no, never mind. It's the Dutch against it's the two that I did not want to fight each other going to war. Who actually started it, by the way? Oh boy, Willem, this is the one opponent I didn't want you fighting. Oh well. Now the one disaster scenario for me is Charlemagne attacking him from the other direction, because I think that Gilgamesh was about to attack India. So if he had held off for like 2 more turns, he could have gotten a 2-front war. So I think that's a mistake, but well, that's the AI for you. Like Gilgamesh has a pretty large army over here, though it's very chariot heavy. Willem does have construction, so he's about to unlock his elephants. Yeah, last year Willem kind of infamously refused to research rifling and threw away a game that was like a certain victory. He does have catapults, so he will stop to bombard here with this huge stack. So, I mean, I think that Willem's a lot stronger than Gilgamesh. I just think that this was not the right target for him to pick in terms of warring. Meanwhile, up here, Mehmed has struggled so much that Ashoka is now attacking his cities. Washington is not doing a whole lot over here, although this city almost got captured, apparently. And the only one not in a war right now is Charlie, who's plotting war against... Well, he sure doesn't like Willem very much. He also doesn't like Mehmed. I'm hoping he wants Mehmed and not Willem, because I think Willem wins this game pretty easily as long as he stays out of a 2-front war. But knowing my luck, Burger King will decide that now's the time he wants to go fight against Willem. He is worst enemy with Charlie. Oh boy. That's trouble. And there's a stack building here. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Willem. It's going to be the focus. Oh boy. It's an interesting game, to be sure. It looks like Gilgamesh threw a stack against Willem and didn't have a whole lot of success. Now Willem will heal up as he attacks this city. Boy, Willem has a lot of units. He still probably would have been better served just to sit on the defensive and let others come to him. Ashoka does get his shrine. Let's see how many cities. 18, that's pretty good. That'll be a juicy target if that city ever gets captured. Anyway, so there are a fair number of catapults here bombarding this city, Nibru. A lot of units going into this city on both sides. Willem's also researching civil service. Charlie researching construction, so he would then have access to catapults too, which he will need to make any progress. Yeah, he's stacking up units here, so it sure looks... I mean, I could be wrong, but it sure looks like Willem's his target. I guess he could also be focused on Mehmed. That would be the smarter choice, honestly, because Mehmed's fighting a 2-front war already. Yeah, if Charlemagne were to take down Willem, he would be the score leader, but Willem's in a pretty strong position right now. He's the research leader and he's the score leader, which is a dangerous combination. You might notice he's been first to like every tech. Alright, so this city's defenses will be down shortly, and then I expect it'll just be a cleanup by the Dutch, because they have a humongous stack here. They have 50 units on this tile. Let me just refresh the map to make sure we don't miss any city captures that I'm not watching elsewhere. Mehmed is getting is struggling a bit here. Now this city looks like it's totally fine as far as defenses, but like this city over here, Agra, the one that Mehmed lost at the start of the war, looks like it's going to be recaptured shortly. Just because, again, the two front wars are rough on the AI. Like Mehmed has been losing a lot of units, but Willem is really far out in front in units. I'm a little surprised at just how many units he's built in this game, and he should get an easy cleanup here with all the units that he has there. So he captured that without much trouble. Alright, so yeah, Gilgamesh, you know, he took that city, Uruk, or he took Atlanta, but I wouldn't say he's in great shape at the moment. Definitely one of the weaker AIs, whereas Willem is looking very strong. If he doesn't get two front ward here, I think he's a heavy favorite to win. I just think he is likely to get attacked by Charlemagne here shortly, which will make this a more... I mean, I guess it's good for dramatic suspense in the game, but I picked Willem to win, so I'm kind of hoping that he just kind of sweeps through. So Agra was recaptured. So Mehmed's fortunes have certainly turned here. Just keeping an eye on this stack here. The AI usually needs a couple turns to heal up after fighting, so like this Willem stack is healing, and then we'll see where it decides to head next. Is Burger King still plotting? That's a good question. We know the AI can cancel out of plotting for war. Let's see. Nope, still apparently plotting. So another religion founded. So Mehmed and Washington signed peace. I don't think Washington ever really wanted to be in that war to begin with. I think he was clearly bought into the war by Ashoka. Now maybe Washington can finally stay at peace for a little while and recover. Somehow this city has not been captured. So here's like the big stack of Willem. It looks like it's just healing for right now. The logical next city to attack would be this one down here, because it's, you know, one tile outside the borders. Like, you just move the stack onto this tile, and then it's a pretty easy cleanup. Yeah, it looks like that's where he's going next. Although a lot of the stack is chariots, to be fair. So Charlemagne builds a defensive up. Here we go. Here comes Charlie's stack. He's doing the same thing. He's going to attack the same mirrored city over here, Middleburg. And then we'll get this two-front war that I was hoping we would avoid. This city obviously is not that well defended. I don't think Charlemagne can press too far, but just the very fact that he's going to be launching this war is obviously bad news for the Dutch, who are easily winning their current war. So we'll get the pop-up here in a second once we get out of request spam territory. Charlemagne. It's not the worst move for him, because he's clearly losing the game to Willem. Like, from a strategic standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just disappointed because Willem is kind of running away with the game right now. Can we see where the leaders are in the tech tree? Yeah, I think they're mostly pretty bunched together. Actually, that stack's not that strong. It only has 13 units in it. I mean, it's enough to take Middleburg, but it's not that strong of a stack. Question, are there any catapults in here? Will this stack stop the bombard, or will it just attack? I guess we'll see. All right, so in terms of research, Washington is like mid-classical right now, researching currency. Charlemagne is clearly quite a bit further ahead. Codalaw's feudalism has all three of these techs. Ashoka is roughly the same, although he has theology, which he probably light-bulbed. So pretty much the same. Willem is ahead. He has civil service. He also has more techs that he's backfilled. He has more on the top part of the tree, too. And Gilgamesh is a little bit behind. How about Mehmed? Mehmed's about the same. So not a lot of difference in terms of teching just yet. A lot of them are pretty close together. Let's see if this attack just gets launched instantly here. Yep. No catapults. Turned out to be a good thing because it didn't waste turns bombarding. So an easy pickup for Charlemagne right there. Now Willem's going to capture what looks like the identical mirrored city over here from Gilgamesh. Well, that city's pretty well defended. So this definitely seems to be where the more interesting fighting is. Yeah, so we did take this as expected. So again, Willem really needs to get out of one of these two wars so that he's not in the two-front situation. As for the other conflict that's going on between India and the Ottomans, that seems to be in a stalemate at the moment. I don't think either of them has the upper hand. So the only one not at war right now is Washington. And we're curious about how he feels. He likes Charlemagne. He doesn't like Willem. He doesn't like Mehmed. Boy, there's a lot of very unhappy faces on this as far as how this is set up. Let's advance a turn here. Well, it looks like Willem just cleaned up some of those units that were in his territory. Willem is still very far out in front. I mean, this is Gilgamesh down here, Holy Rome here. Looks like it's just a massive bloodletting on the Mehmed versus Ahsoka front. Willem's also about to unlock maces here with machinery. He clearly finished metal casting because he's building forges. Yeah, this just seems to be a total stalemate up here between these two. Like stacks just getting traded. I mean, the only city that changed hands was Agra, and then it eventually got recaptured back again. Willem is still pushing forward over here. I thought he might turn around and stop, but no, he apparently is going for the jugular. This city doesn't have very much in the way of defense, although he'll stop to bombard defenses. But like, Willem's just going for it, man. I guess there's nothing too significant in that city. So over here, yeah, that Holy Roman attack seems to have not be going anywhere. Seems to be getting cleaned up pretty easily. Just this one city sniped on the first turn. So I'm trying to keep an eye on the other war too, but it's like it doesn't seem like this war is really accomplishing that much, whereas Willem is taking territory over here with this force that again is pretty strong. And like, look at all these reinforcements trickling in behind. I mean, longbows in a city on a hill, but once the defenses are down, like that siege will take a while, but hold on. What's in here? I mean, there's actually only one longbow in here, so this stack might do better just to force the city before reinforcements can arrive, but we'll take the longer, slower route of bombarding defenses, which is not the worst thing to do either. Oh, and Amsterdam's going to get the Colossus too. I don't believe Statue of Zeus has been built yet. Okay, so now Charlie's come up with a better stack. He's come up with a more realistic group. He does have a catapult here, so he will be stopping to bombard the defenses. So the one thing is Willem's taking territory from Gilgamesh, but he's losing territory to Charlemagne. Like, this stack will take a while, but it will capture this city. It is on a hill, so it won't be an easy conquest. Willem also going into a Golden Age. He does have Mausoleum, too, so this is going to be the 12-turn Golden Age. So there's his Moai in a Moai city in a Golden Age, just FYI. He is apparently upgrading units right now. He's upgrading all his axes to maces. Charlemagne built Statue of Zeus, did he? Was he the one who built it? I must have missed that wonder. You are right, he did. Okay. He's just trying to be as annoying as possible, Charlie. So yeah, there's still no movement on the border here between India and Ottomans. They're definitely dragging each other down in the fighting. Yeah, this city's getting bombarded. And similarly, we have an equal siege over here, where this city's also getting bombarded. That said, the defenders in here are going to be longbows and maces, which are not great matchups, and they will get the hill bonus too. Charlemagne might be able to force his way in. I don't know. It depends on how many units he has. He is stacking up an awful lot of units there, but like the counter units are pretty strong here, like the maces and the longbows and crossbows. All right, so we have the Hindu holy city gets its shrine. Not as well spread as some of the others. Only 13 cities have Hinduism. So this city will likely be attacked first. Again, you would think Willem would just sign peace in one of these wars and get out of it, because he's fighting 2 people at a time and doing reasonably well at it. All right, I guess Nijmegen will be attacked here. It's going to depend on how much collateral damage these catapults can do. There are quite a few of them. How many units are here total? 20? I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know quite how many defenders there are here. Who moves first between these two? I think Charlemagne moves first, for what that's worth. Let's see. His attack did not succeed. His attack didn't even come close. It fell far short. From 20 units down to... From 20 units attacking down to 7. So that was not a successful attack there. And Willem took another city on the other side. So yeah, that did not work for for Charlie. He sent his attack and came up short. And he's got a lot of damaged units over here, but it looks like Willem held. And he was also even able to take another city from Gilgamesh over here. So yeah, Gilgamesh is getting weaker. So Eridu is like choked by culture. It's not that powerful on its own, but by taking Eridu, you make a city like Nibru and Bad Tabira now can like work tiles because they're not crushed by Sumerian culture. So yeah, Willem is looking strong here. If he can just sign peace with one of these 2 opponents, like if he just signed peace with Charlemagne, I think he would complete the conquest of Gilgamesh and then the game's over at that point. Then it's just a race for second place. But that hasn't happened yet. And remember, he doesn't research rifling, so he will be vulnerable until he gets that tech, which we know he likes to delay. Has Willem won a season before? Nope. He has made the championship game last year and this year. I mean, look at that power. He's just so far ahead of the other leaders. GNP too, although GNP is closer. Oh, he's in a golden age right now, so production's not as significant, but like he does seem to be pulling away in some of these categories. Oh, what's this? Actual movement on this front? So Methmed took a city from Ashoka. Washington, the only one not committed, is not plotting war at the moment. Alright, we still have had no one die in this game yet. And this Charlemagne stack has clearly failed. Like, this attack has just come up short, and has not succeeded here. And now even more of the units are dying as the Dutch counterattack. So, like, that's kind of how the AI operates. Like, it'll siege up a city, bombard down the defenses, and then when they go in, you'll like decide, is there enough here to succeed, or is the stack going to come up short? And this one came up pretty far short. It wasn't actually that close. Also, Willem's looking to retake Middelburg, which he lost on the first turn of the war, because he's got maces there. Although Charlie managed to stack the city with defenders, so I don't think Willem did not actually attack, but he has now managed to get a lot of units over here, so looks like it's a matter of time. And he's got another stack over here. Boy, he has a lot of units, doesn't he? Has not moved towards another Gilgamesh city yet. Kish would be the logical next target. As far as up here goes, Mehmed... Oh, you know what? This is unfortunate for Mehmed. He took Calcutta, but look, it's so crushed by Dutch culture, he's not going to be able to do anything with it. It's likely to just flip away from him, even if he can hold it, which is questionable at this point. Yeah, that's unfortunate for him, that the Dutch culture is so strong. At least Gilgamesh has now made his way to elephants as well. Like, this stack 16 units. Is that city on a hill? Okay, this city's on a hill, so this is going to be a tough capture for Willem. I don't think that's going to be easy for him to take. This is a much easier potential attack here. He's got 4 catapults. That should get the defenses down. Even with Chichen Itza, that should get the defenses down. And then he should be able to recapture his city. Alright, so it is turn 150. This stack should probably just hold back to defend instead of... Alright, so Mehmed and Ahsoka made peace. Oh, and Calcutta was given back. So that war did nothing, ultimately. What a wasted war for the two of them. They threw a gazillion units at each other and nothing was achieved. This city lost all its infrastructure. So, yeah, that was pretty pointless overall. So as of turn 150, Willem is definitely winning the game at this point. But, like, he's not running... So that's Golden Age, obviously. Yeah. We can't really look at, like, a beaker comparison because he's in a Golden Age. You can see by the 2 production on the plains tiles here. He's actually on banking? Wow, okay. Well, he really is flying through that tech tree, isn't he? Although he has skipped some stuff, I guess. He'll have to backtrack for some of this. But having banks will improve his research rate by a good bit. Alright. Willem seems to be a better warmonger. Well, the reason why Willem's succeeding is he has more cities, he has more territory, and he has a lot of happiness in his cities too. Although his war weariness is starting to get bad. He really, really needs to get peace with one of these 2 leaders. Like, he's fighting a 2v1 and winning. If he was 1v1, he'd just be rolling over the map right now. So we did have a request to flip into the classical era in terms of music, so I think we can do that now, just so we can change that up. There should be an attack on this city here. Oh, we also should look at the Diplo picture, because right now only 3 civs are in a war, which means a lot of the leaders can potentially look to fight and get into new wars. So yeah, that was recaptured. I don't know where this stack is going. So, the territory that Charlemagne took has just been retaken thus far. Diplomacy. Alright, so who's not in a war? Ahsoka's not in a war. He doesn't declare war at please, so the only ones he could fight would be Gilgamesh or Mehmed. Let's see, Washington's not in a war. So he won't declare at please, so it would be either Washington... He doesn't like Willem very much, he doesn't like Mehmed, he also doesn't like Gilgamesh. Amazingly, that +6 from We Care for Brothers and Sisters in the Faith is doing so much work here. And then the third one who's not in a war is Mehmed. He is actually pleased with Willem. He will not declare war at pleased, so he will not attack the Dutch. He could attack Mehmed or Charlemagne or Ashoka again. So... Why did Burger King not push further? Well, he was trying. He attacked this city and his stack got cleaned up. He attacked with like 25 units and all his units got killed over the course of like 2 or 3 turns. So it's not that he wasn't trying, it's just he failed. Oh, Willem has knights. I didn't even realize he had made his way to guilds. So yeah. Willem could really use a spell of peace to work on infrastructure instead of just cranking out units endlessly. But maybe he's fine. Maybe he doesn't need that. Maybe he's just going to conquer the entire bottom part of the map. I keep waiting to hear that he's signed peace. His Golden Age ended. A pretty profitable Golden Age, though. Like, I keep waiting to see him sign peace with one of these 2. Let's just check in on some of the other leaders. Alright, so Ashoka, not plotting war right now. Washington, not plotting war. Mehmed is most likely to, but, I mean, he only just got out of a war that was pretty destructive. So at the moment, it doesn't look like we have any cities that are under siege by any of these 3 warring AIs. Like, there's some random units wandering around, but that's not the same thing as a true siege. The catapults got taken out of this stack, so it's not capturing anything. Not anytime soon, anyway. Now Willem's looking to, like, press the attack into Holy Roman territory, although there's too many units here. He's not going to have much success there. This has turned into, like, a stalemate. Realistically, it's going to be tough for the Dutch to make too many more gains, considering that they're at war with 2 AIs, and Willem doesn't really have a unit edge at the moment. They're kind of all at the same tech level, from what I can see. Did Gilgamesh just culture bomb? He may have. Did he? No, I think the city just hit 500 culture. I think that was all. It just hit the 500 culture mark. But it did look like a culture bomb because it expanded out and connected down with this city's culture. And like expanded around this city. So yeah, I think it just hit 500 culture. Okay, I don't know what these units are doing. It's like, Willem, don't throw units away attacking a city that has 125% defenses. Zoom in on the Lens Connect. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. One of the theories that we had floated, wow, didn't mean to have that happen. One of the theories that was being floated in the discussion thread was that this unit, which is not very good in the hands of the human, actually is pretty good in the hands of the AI. It's a pike that has plus 100% against melee, which is usually pretty bad, but remember, the AI doesn't use its units intelligently, so arguably this is a much better unit for the AI than for the human player. Alright, so it looks like Willem wants to siege up this city, I guess. He does have 2 cats and 3 trebuchets. And he has 22 units. I just don't think that's enough to capture that city. I think there's too many units there. I'm still surprised that he just doesn't sign peace with one of these two. His war weariness is starting to get pretty bad. Like, look, he's got 6 war weariness. Willem does have knights, it's true. He is the first one to knights. There's like 1 trebuchet at 1 HP that's slowly bombarding down this city. Aren't Lens Connects okay in multiplayer? I mean, they're just not that useful of a unit because ideally a pike never fights against melee units to begin with. Like they still don't do very well against maces. I guess they do better against maces, but like you don't use a pike to attack an axe or something. Like that's a weird matchup to try to do. You use pikes to kill mounted units, so and they're not any better at doing that. And they still only have 6 strength, which is low. So, I mean, they're better than a pike, obviously, but they're just kind of a weird unit that you don't get a lot of use for. Anyway, this war continues to drag out over here. Gilgamesh doesn't seem to be doing much in response. They allow you to skip civil service. I suppose I haven't heard that. So this stack does not have catapults in it, so it's just useless. By the way, don't be shocked if Ashoka ends up trying to push for a cultural victory from like just staying out of wars and trying to rely on his religions. Because if Willem just spends too much time warring, he can end up coughing up this lead that he has because you're spending too much time devoted to building units instead of actually teching. Like in particular, this stack here apparently did kill a lot of units, somewhat surprisingly, given that this is a city on a hill with 60% bonuses. But I don't think it's enough, even if these units can promote. I guess we'll see. Like, if the defenses were down, this city would get captured, but I just don't think there's enough without that. Yeah, it's just too... Like, there's a lot of catapults in there, but... Over here it looks like this stack attacked and killed a lot of these units. So Willem, you need to get out of these wars. You've been in a 2-front war for 50 turns. It's really starting to hurt your performance. So Mehmed's power is going up. So he's getting ready to attack someone. Again, Mehmed won't declare war at pleased, so he only can attack Washington or Charlemagne or Ashoka. He's probably attacking one of these two because they're pretty weak. But it remains to be seen which one that might be. Obviously, the Chichen Itza makes attacking anything in Holy Rome really obnoxious. Yeah, so this stack, as expected, was not able to punch through there. Need siege units. Willem's on astronomy. Bit of an odd choice. Why you would go for astronomy and not like just take education liberalism and take it for free would seem like a better choice. But that's Willem for you. He likes his research-based stuff. And that adds to science. So Charlemagne is still building wonders. Like, the defenses of this city are slowly getting knocked down, but I don't think there's anywhere near enough attackers even once they're gone. There's just not that many units here. There's only 20. It's not enough. Yeah, well, I literally just showed the power bar graph like 30, like a turn or two ago. So yeah, Willem's power lead is nowhere near as big as it was earlier, which makes sense, right? He's fighting two opponents constantly. So it's really hard to stay ahead in power under those circumstances. Oh, his unique unit at astronomy? Maybe that's it. I forgot that the East India Merchant's there too, or whatever that ship is called. A unique unit ship is not that useful on these maps. He's building Sistine Chapel too. Yeah, so again, it's pretty much the same story. We're kind of deadlocked here because of the two-front war. Willem in a one-front war would probably have run away with the game by now, but in a two-front war, we're in a stalemate. Wow, double open border request in the same turn. So that could be big. Ashoka building Sistine Chapel. It makes it much more likely that he will go for a cultural victory. You might have noticed Willem was pulling for that too. I thought I saw him building it. Yeah, like Willem's clearly not close to capturing any more cities at the moment. His offensives have totally stalled out. You would think he would just sign peace in response to that, but he has not done so. I guess he's got another force over here. Now, maybe if he was pushing to a fast rifling, but we know he's not going to do that. And like this attack on Vienna is almost completely stalled out. That wasn't Washington spiking in power. By the way, we're also getting pretty far into the game without anyone having been eliminated. Oh yeah, Washington is spiking in power too. So he must be plotting against someone. So who does Washington not like? Well, he doesn't like Willem very much. He doesn't like Mehmed very much. He won't declare it pleased, so it's one of these three. I wonder who he's going after. Who's his worst enemy? His worst enemy of Mehmed is Mehmed his... All right, so he doesn't like Mehmed, so the most likely target is that he's going to war with the Ottomans. Oh, but by the way, the Ottomans also have a stack right here, so they're pretty clearly about to attack America. Probably on this very turn. And there it is. Okay. Meanwhile, Ashoka just kind of quietly sitting back here. Like I said, don't sleep on Ashoka. He's going to get liberalism because Willem just inexplicably decided to ignore it. And if he just stays out of the wars, he's got a decent chance to win this. Like, if he just turns on the culture slider while Willem is still fighting like 3 people at once, he'll have a shot here. Yeah, in the previous games when Ashoka was ignored, he managed to pull out a victory. He doesn't have much territory, so that's one of his problems. He only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He only has 9 cities. That's not a lot of territory. Probably not enough to make space realistic, but culture, you can win culture from this few cities, and he's got Sistines, which is the culture wonder for the AI, so don't sleep on him at all. This means that Mehmed and Washington will be tied up with one another for the immediate future. And otherwise, the two-front war that Willem's in just continues to grind on without any clear resolution. Like, Willem's got another stack over here, but it's not threatening any cities at the moment. So I guess the most interesting thing to watch right now is the new war that just started over here. I actually think Washington was building up a force in this city to go attack Mehmed, so they just get to throw their stacks at one another. A lot of units on both sides. So Ashoka's going to get liberalism here. It is really impressive that Willem's been able to fight a two-front war like for 50 straight turns, but it's kind of sad to, if you're like me and you have a Willem as your pick to win, it's kind of sad because you're like, wow, if he had just signed peace with one of these other opponents, and not stuck himself in this position, he would have just run away with the game, and it's pretty clear that the game would be pretty much over. But because he's gotten stuck in this situation, I actually think that Gilgamesh wasn't. I'm not even sure Gilgamesh was getting ready to attack him. I think Gilgamesh might have been getting ready to attack Ashoka. So he really could have avoided this situation. I'm also kind of shocked that Charlie has not tried to sign a peace treaty. We should see what his liberalism tech is, I agree. But I'm kind of shocked that Charlemagne has not tried to sue for peace at some point. Because he's not someone who's prone to just fighting a war endlessly. So the free tech appears to have been nationalism. Kind of the standard, very standard grab. So there goes Ashoka into free religion, which will cause him to improve relations with a lot of people. Where's how people feel about him. The only one who really hates him is Gilgamesh. I guess that's just peace weight. Most other people are pleased with him, so his whole fly under the radar thing seems to be working. Like, stay out of war and just peacefully develop. Like, he's probably, because he went for nationalism, now he's going to get Taj in a free golden age. Looking pretty strong, honestly. This just fly under the radar, everyone ignore me thing seems to be working. He did get attacked by Mehmed, but hey, he defended himself. You got to give him credit for that. And now Mehmed's off attacking somebody else again. And Willem's lead is largely being thrown away with endless warfare that goes nowhere. Just like total stalemate warfare. Like, I don't think this is going to capture Nijmegen, but it's more units being thrown away on both sides. Willem is going to get the economics free great merchant here in a turn or two. So this city did end up getting captured with like the last unit that attacked. So Washington did lose a city here on the border, with, I suspect, very heavy losses on both sides. Because there were a lot of units on that border, like a lot of units. Oh yeah. Nope, there's the Great Merchant, being born in Amsterdam. Okay. So I guess the Great Merchant did go to Willem. Now he is researching gunpowder. Like, if he ever were to go straight for rifling, but we know Willem's not going to do that. Like, Charlemagne is not really that far behind in tech. They're pretty comparable, Willem and Charlemagne. Like, Willem, part of the reason why he's not running away in tech is because he's building units. He's been building units in every city, like, for ages now. He's building East India men, but they're not going to do anything. This city is may actually get recaptured by Gilgamesh soon, because ever since this city up here popped its borders, this city is basically cut off, and it's been much harder to capture. Where's Washington's tech? Good question. He seems to be behind. Would being in war influence his tech path? It would, actually. The AIs do select military techs more often when they're at war. It's by no means guaranteed, but it is more likely. So Washington does not have guilds, but he has pretty much all of the other medieval military techs. We just saw Charlemagne. So Ahsoka going for gunpowder too. That's kind of weird. Willem having astronomy definitely is a nice pickup. And Gilgamesh is the one who's behind in tech. He's been fighting the most. He does have machinery, civil service for maces, but he does not have guilds yet either. Still kind of a stalemated game here. And stalemated games tend to favor who's not fighting, which is Ashoka is the only one who's not fighting at the moment. So here's another attempt to break through at Nijmegen. I don't think it will succeed. Oh, I didn't think this city was likely. Wow, okay. I didn't even see that there was a siege going on there. Yeah, so you can see that Willem really is slowly losing his lead. He was so far ahead, and he's just losing it because he has been trapped in a two-front war for, what, 60 turns now? For a long time. The two-front wars are really destructive to the AI, and he just cannot seem to get out of this for whatever reason. So yeah, this attack doesn't seem to be working here. But like, he was clearly winning, but now he's losing. And this city, I suspect, will be taken back soon, too. I'm just shocked he can't seem to get peace with one of these two. So there's Ahsoka finishing Taj Mahal. And Versailles. Okay. Yeah, don't be surprised if he gets close to taking the score lead soon, because he's just running away with tech at the moment. All of Willem's fighting has gotten him this city, and that's it, because now that he lost this spot. What you want is like short, decisive wars. You do not want the long, grinding wars that go on endlessly. Those are the worst things for your, like for the AI. So Mehmed's got a golden age too. Now Mehmed looks like he's making some progress against Washington up here. By the way, no one still looks very close to first to die, and we're 180 turns into this game. Still doesn't look like anyone's about to die, like in the immediate future. So Willem cleaned up the attack force that was attacking Nîmes again. But again, like, is he going to break through and capture Vienna? Doesn't look like it. I mean, I'm not seeing that happening anytime soon. Just looks like a total stalemate of a war. Like, you can see Ashoka's score is slowly creeping up. The only one who seems to be slowly dying right now is Washington. And even he's a long way away. Alright, well, Ashoka is apparently plotting war. So it's probably against Mehmed, because he's annoyed. I guess it could be with Willem. That would be quite a blow if Willem were to get attacked by Ashoka as well. But it's probably against Mehmed. We'll see. I would be a little frustrated if Willem loses another championship game because everyone gang piles him yet again. At that point, I have no idea who wins this game. Like this, because like if you remember the championship game last year, Willem 100% had the game won, but he didn't research rifling, and then he got taken out by Kublai Khan. So yeah, that was inevitable that city would get recaptured, and then this one's next. So like Willem's just losing the game here because he is trapped in a two-front war and has been for so long. It's just frustrating because he was so clearly the top AI. Like if you're looking at performance in this game, Willem is definitely the strongest AI. He outperformed all of the others by a wide margin, but he is just for whatever reason stuck in this two-front war, and he apparently either can't or won't get out of it. So it's like frustrating to pick him and see that happen. So again, Ashoka probably attacks Mehmed just because they've got so much bad blood, but we don't know for sure. Oh, and apparently that city was retaken. It's also a little annoying that this game just like seems to be trapped in perpetual stalemate on everyone's parts. Whenever someone looks like they're starting to pull ahead, someone else declares war and drags them back down. Well, I don't think it has anything to do with Willem. It's just like for whatever reason the diplomacy tends to be different from game to game. It's not like there is something about Willem that causes him to get trapped in a two-front war. It just happened that way in this game. He could have very easily, like, he's been in Judaism like the whole game. By dumb luck, he could have easily picked up Charlie's religion, and if that happens, he doesn't get two-front warred with Charlemagne. He could have picked up this religion very easily. Where the religion spread is mostly luck. So just like the chance of Buddhism being the religion he picks up instead of a minority religion that Ashoka is not even practicing, that has had like an immense influence on this game, and that is not something that has anything to do with the AI's personality. It's mostly just dumb luck as far as what happens. I'm not trying to get super salty here. I'm just saying this is a lot of what happens is just kind of dumb luck as far as what happens. Like the religions especially tend to be heavily subject to chance as far as how they unfold. But I have been kind of shocked that this war has gone on this long. Like, I'm surprised that one of these AIs did not sue for peace. Like, you've seen up in the north, like they fought and then they signed peace and fought and signed peace. But like this war has just gone on seemingly forever in the south. If you open diplomacy with Willem and hover over asking him to peace, he should tell you if he won't peace out or they won't peace out. Okay, that's worth answering. We'd rather win the game. Oh, so it's him. He's refusing to sign peace. Wow. Well, he's a moron if that's the case, because this is clearly losing him the game, but he apparently feels like he's winning. I guess it's because his power is higher, I guess. Apparently he's refusing to sign peace. Like, he should be able to see that, like, he was so far ahead back here, and now he's not. Like, look at back at the last, look at GMP too. Remember how he was so far ahead in GMP? Now he's not. Well, Ahsoka wasn't a golden age, to be fair, but remember how far ahead he was? Well, now he's not. Like, you can see in all these metrics, he is not winning the game anymore. So yeah, apparently he has been refusing to sign peace. The we'd rather win the game happens when you have less land, has nothing to do with winning or losing. Okay, maybe that's the case. I don't know what that message means necessarily. Well, it looks like it's about to get worse because I think Ashoka is plotting against Willem as well, because look where his stack is. I mean, I guess it could be for Mehmed too, because this is right here. But like you can see, Willem's losing cities left and right. Even though he was, yeah, he's no longer first in score. Of course. Of course my pick would be torpedoed by Charlemagne. Of course. Who else would do it? Of course it's Charlemagne, who decided to just ruin the game for my picks. Who else could it be? Yeah, the entire war has been undone. Every city that was captured has now been lost. Again, two-front wars are bad for the AI. Man, as far as my least favorite AI... meanwhile, Willem continuing to attack this city that has 125% defenses. And he has 11... like, why wouldn't he just sign peace? I don't get it. And he has 11 unhappy faces from war weariness. Just really hard to see an AI so completely torpedo their chances when they should be running away with an easy victory. And the other thing, so I guess the other thing we have to watch is where is this stack going? Mehmed is still at war over here, and he is winning this war with Washington. Yeah, Gilgamesh Golden Age. Now Gilgamesh is, you can see Gilgamesh is on the attack. So I don't think Wen Khan is a particularly good AI. I haven't seen much that indicates that he's a good AI to me. So there's a siege still going on here, but like with Chichen Itza, it just takes absolutely forever to take down city defenses. 125%, and your catapults do 2% per shot, and the trebuchets do 4%. And it just looks more and more likely that Ashoka is going to be the winner, is the way that this is unfolding. Because he's managed to stay out of these wars, and everyone else is self-destructing. So I guess that's, I mean, there's credit to him for that. Just not self-destructing is pretty important. But it would seem kind of weird that if he won his playoff game by just sitting back and doing nothing, and then also win the championship by sitting back and doing nothing. Still, there is value in, like I said, not doing things that are destructive. And we are seeing, all right. Oh, there we go. We finally see an end to the 100-year war. Willem has made peace with Gilgamesh. Well, he needed to do that about 30 turns earlier. Now he is not in a two-front war. That will free up some of the war weariness. Yeah, cut his war weariness basically in half. But now Willem's got a real fight on his hands. I guess it's good from a dramatic perspective. Just in time for Ashoka to declare war on him. We'll see. Because the Indian leader is building up a pretty scary army here. And over here, the Americans are slowly dying, basically. I guess there is a siege going on over here. I don't know if this is enough units to capture this city, though. 30? Well, maybe. Again, a lot depends on if India comes flying through off the top rope with this humongous army here. Can I check if Willem can peace with Charlie? He's still giving the same message for what that's worth. Alright, now Gilgamesh is out of a war, so who does he like and dislike? He's actually only cautious with Willem because of the war. He's most unhappy with Ashoka. He really likes Charlemagne from civics and mutual military struggle and faith. Boy, this game unfolds so differently if... Remember how Willem picked up Buddhism initially? This game unfolds so differently if Willem is part of a Buddhist bloc with Charlie and Gilgamesh and Washington. Totally different game if that happens. Ahsoka almost certainly gets killed, but him having Judaism, what a poison pill that was. The other thing that really would help Willem, because he's only getting negative malices from his religion, is if he just picked up liberalism and went into free religion. It's his favorite civic. It really, really would help him if he were in that civic. Gilgamesh was aiming for yeah, and Gilgamesh was maybe, well, we don't know. We don't know who he was aiming for. He had a big stack right here. It could have been targeted at Willem. It could have been targeted at Ashoka. I think he probably was going for India, though. So Willem's mistakes really are self-inflicted in this game. Like, he really has caused most of his own problems, but he definitely should have been running away with the game. Alright, so there was an attack launched here. It does not look like it was enough to get through this city. We'll see what happens on the follow-up turn, but it doesn't look like there was enough to capture this spot, which is not on a hill, but like Willem, yeah, because like the defenders can move more units in, and that makes it tough. So we're 200 turns in. No one's dead yet. No one looks that close to dying either. I guess Washington's the closest, but... And there it is. And there goes any chance I had of winning this. Oh, boy. Wow, what a way for a game to unravel for an AI leader. Pretty shocking, a pretty shocking way for a game to unravel. Willem was so far ahead in this game. It really required a pretty crazy sequence for Willem. Honestly, I think it required a pretty crazy sequence for him not to win the game, because like he was, I don't want to say absurdly far ahead, but extremely far ahead in this game. Like it would. What were the big things that happened? And the reason why I'm doing this post-mortem now is because Willem's doomed. He cannot win the game at this point. He will suffer too much damage from this. I don't know if he gets eliminated, but he'll suffer enough damage that he doesn't win the game after this. So what happened? I really think the first really big thing was the Judaism. It was a total poison pill for him. He ended up in a religion that literally no one else practiced whatsoever. Being stuck in a religion when everyone else in the game is either Hindu or Buddhist, and being stuck in Judaism was really, really bad for him. The other thing that just absolutely killed him was declaring war on Gilgamesh. It was such a mistake, just an enormous error to do that. Gilgamesh was about to go off and fight Ashoka, and instead he sets up the two-front war. Everyone's in a war except Charlemagne, the only way Willem loses this game is to get stuck in a two-front war. And what does he do? Sure enough, two-front war. For 60 straight turns, he's in a two-front war. It is really the only way he loses the game, is for that to happen. But like, if he doesn't attack Gilgamesh, he does not get stuck in the two-front war. Like, he could have attacked Ashoka as well. If he attacks Ashoka, Gilgamesh and Willem just partition, and India dies, and there's not much he can do about it. If he attacks Charlemagne, it's a 1v1, and he runs away with that. Charlie is not strong enough to win a 1v1, but he attacks someone who should be a natural ally. Remember, I said before this game starts, the only thing I need is for Willem not to fight with Gilgamesh. And it happened, and I was like, if they fight, then my picks are totally hosed. Oh yeah, he also misses out on liberalism. Yeah. Oh well, it happens. There's always that possibility, but boy, have events broken in Ashoka's favor. I mean, man, have they broken in his favor. When he was attacked by Mehmed, I mean, he could have been out of the game so easily at that point, but I would say everything kind of went his way, and now he is a heavy favorite to win from this point. So, well, on we go. Like, I don't think that Ashoka is like this amazing leader, but if you if things break his way, he will. Like, if things break in his way, he absolutely can win. He's a good peaceful leader, and like I said, things have lined up well for him. So Willem is pretty much done so at this point. I don't know if he's first to die. I don't know if he's eliminated, but I don't see how he wins the game. There's just too many opponents. He's been fighting multiple opponents for almost 100 turns now. You don't win when you're in that kind of you don't win the game when you're 2v1 for that much time. You just take too much damage. And Ahsoka just went into another golden age too. Like, cuirassiers are nice, but that's not going to be enough to, like, at best, the result of this is Willem doesn't lose cities. Like, that's the best result. He's not gaining any territory, so, but that, like I said, at best he's holding his territory, but most likely he's tumbling down the leaderboards at this point. Like, I'm telling you guys, an AI can't 2v1 for this many turns and be successful. Anyway, well, the one thing that also happens as a result of that is because Ashoka's not riding to the rescue of Washington, it does look like the Americans are slowly dying here. And Mehmed is going to have a lot of territory at the end of this, so he is increasingly becoming a player as well. Maybe we're going to have India, Ottomans as the two biggies, just because the Southern Hemisphere fought forever. Like, the Southern Hemisphere was just engaged in this 2v1 bloodletting that really weakened all three of them. So I know I haven't focused on this war too much, but we really should probably be watching this more. Because Mehmed, if he takes over all of the American territory, is going to be really strong. And we'll also keep an eye, obviously, on the newest 2v1 against Willem. Oh, here's Ashoka using his internal roads. I guess he's going to go over here to Delft, because he can just, do that. And of course, Charlie is still in this war too. Now, if Willem for once beelined rifling, he might have a better shot here. But note that he's gone for scientific method, so he is not going for an early rifling, as you would expect, because it's Willem. It's his weakness. The problem for Mehmed is his teching. His tech is not that good, but if he has enough territory, that might not matter that much. As far as another unit that's really good in the AI's hands, I guess his tech isn't that bad. He does have Grenadiers. I didn't even realize that. So I guess his tech can't be that bad. But another unit that's really good in the hands of the AI is Janissaries. Like, they're not that good in the hands of humans, but they're actually pretty good for the AI, because the AI always has like a bunch of old, outdated units lying around. And the Janissaries get those big bonuses against melee and archery units. So I think that they're probably better in the AI's hands than in the humans' hands. But that's a pretty good sized stack up there. 52 units, wow. It's going to take a long time to continue chewing through those American cities that have all those castles for defense, but still. Oh man, he just wiped out an American stack there too. Yeah, that was, well, cost him some units, but yeah, Washington is slowly dying as far as I can tell. Now, as far as Gilgamesh, the only one who's not at war, he doesn't like India. He also doesn't like the Dutch, understandably, because the Dutch attacked him in a move that backfired. Ashoka's pretty definitely leading the pack in tech. He's just going to get the free Great Spy from communism. And okay, well, that does introduce another wrinkle into this. I would thought for a second that was Gilgamesh piling on the Dutch as well, but no, attacking India. And it looks like my war prediction's going to be way too low, because we're already at 8 wars and we are not close to a finish. Alright, well, this game continues to be very confusing. So now Gilgamesh has jumped into this. That's probably not going to be enough to save the Dutch, but maybe he'll be able to do something. Like this city, Madras, will almost certainly fall because there's no defenders in there at all. Oh wait, there's got to stop to bombard the defenses. 6 catapults, 2 trebuchets. So that'll be there for a while. Oh, hey, the Dutch recaptured a city. Interesting. All right, well, maybe the Dutch, their fortunes are being revived here. Well, I guess Holy Rome is still at war. Charlemagne is going for rifles. Yeah, see, he is headed for rifles, whereas Willem is not. Willem is off in La La Land, scientific method. So yeah, the Ottomans are really bearing down on what's left of America at this point. Like they've been left alone, and although some of these cities will probably flip over to other people's culture, Ottomans have picked up quite a bit of territory in this war. Like we should look at the power bar graphs real quickly. So yeah, the Ottomans lost some units. Here's Sumeria. Washington seems to be dying. Interesting. We still got a game. This one's still. I thought, just as I thought Ashoka was now going to run away with the game, now it feels like Gilgamesh hopping in this war suddenly gives them a lot of problems. And the Dutch were able to retake this city. Now they lost Delft over here, but that could be recaptured too, maybe. Again, it's and there's another attack from Charlie over here. It's rough when you're at war with 2 people for the whole game. Can Charlemagne win domination? Do you mean can he win a diplomatic victory? At the moment, the only one who would vote for him is Washington. I don't know. We would need the field to be narrowed a bit more before I could make any confident predictions about diplomacy. Yeah, Mehmed and Ashoka fought endlessly earlier in the game. They had some lengthy wars. I'm trying to see where the Ottomans are heading next. It looks like they're still healing up after their last fighting. So Gilgamesh has 40 units. That's a lot of units. I mean, he should just attack. He shouldn't be sitting here wasting time bombarding. Yeah, Willem's not good at warring, except for all those games where he has been good at warring. He's had some games where he is maybe not so much in the actual competition, but in some of the alternate histories where he's just run over the field. Yeah. So again, Willem just is at war with too many people. I think he could hold his own against one of these opponents, but as usual, 2v1's a bad situation for him. So that city getting captured, obviously not great. And Charlemagne will have rifles and cavalry in a couple turns, which will make things very ugly if Willem insists on doing his normal thing. And researching physics, yeah, that's a great choice. So that's one of the reasons why Willem kind of has to be ahead in tech, because he's going to, we know he's not going to prioritize rifling tech. We know he's going to be off in scientific method land. Is Mehmed beeline rifling? That's a good question. I'll check that after the turn rolls. Where is he going next with his army? All right, here's his main stack. He's headed for Boston, which is not well defended at all. I suspect Mehmed is because he has militaristic tech preferences. Yes, he is, although he's not getting there very quickly. Yeah, he's slowly making his way there. He's behind in tech, but if he captures enough land, it's not going to matter that much, because he'll be able to catch up once he has more tech, or once he has more territory. Yeah, this city should get attacked in a turn or so. Charlie finishing rifles. All right, so Gilgamesh takes the city. So, I was thinking Ahsoka's got a real chance at a cultural victory, but if he loses a couple cities here, if he loses this city, that's one of his three 2B legendary cities. That would represent a sizable loss if he lost any of these core cities. Also, a lot of these cities are packed full of wonders. Losing this city would be disastrous too. But let's be fair, Gilgamesh is a long distance away from any of those cities. Over here, again, America just seems to be dying a little bit at a time with no one intervening in this war. Ashoka has most of his army off fighting the Dutch instead of defending. And Charlemagne as well just seems to be getting a pass because the Dutch are occupied defending elsewhere. Now Willem's going to liberalism. Look how tightly bunched the scoreboard is. There's 5 leaders that are close here. Oh, what the? Whoops, I guess somebody forgot to defend this city. That city is uselessly crushed by culture, but... So apparently the Dutch are doing better than expected against India, but they're not doing that well against Holy Rome now. Yeah, the game's been close. I mean, it's been a tense game. Anytime someone looks like they're running away from the pack, they get dragged back into it again. And it feels like there's a lot of leaders that still have a shot at this. Like, I keep trying to make predictions about who's going to win, but I feel like I have no idea right now. Like, will Ashoka be able to, like, fight off this current two-front war and get a cultural victory? Can Willem somehow get out of his endless wars and get back to teching again? Because we know he's really good at teching. Oh, this is funny. Gilgamesh might even try to capture this city, in which case he might gift it over to Willem, because it's completely surrounded by his culture. Like, there's another stack pushing here. Gilgamesh is like a dark horse to win. How about Mehmed? He's going to have the most territory after this is over. What about Charlemagne? Like, if he takes enough Dutch territory, he becomes a real threat. So, like, this is up in the air for a lot of leaders. Charlemagne is the only one with rifling right now. He's the only one who has finished rifling tech, because a lot of these other leaders don't like rifling. And after being stymied at Nijmegen like forever, he finally was able to punch through and take that, which is a bad sign for the Dutch, because they continue to lose territory. Like, losing this city, picking up Calcutta does not offset the loss of that city, which is like a core city for them. And Ashoka still has a big stack, like, trapped down here in Nowheresville. Poor Willem, he always seems to be getting the brunt of everyone else that he's fighting stacks. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh is just like running around uncontested over here. Statue of Liberty plus Sistine is huge for culture, but he has to get out of this war that he's fighting right now. Meanwhile, Boston over here looks like it's finally going to be attacked. Either this turn, I guess next turn, because it certainly can't hold out. There's not a lot of American cities left. There's this one here, San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, and Seattle. Yeah, so not a lot left there. A problem for Ashoka is he sent this big stack, it captured Delft, and now it's being slowly killed in Willem's territory. But nothing's really stopping this push that's coming in from Charlemagne, because no one else has cavalry, and they just absolutely mop the floor with anything that's medieval. Willem does have cuirassier. Oh, no, now I moved the camera away right before this attack took place. How did Mehmed slide down to next to last? Well, the thing is, a lot of his territory, like a lot of these cities he took are still like just coming out of resistance. And like this city doesn't, like he doesn't have land points for Washington yet because he only recently captured it. His score will rise as these cities come out of resistance and they start growing again. But like cavalry just destroys anything medieval. And because Willem is, again, off in La La Land, as usual, same thing as we saw last year, he's off researching communism. As usual, he's researched pretty much everything except rifling tech. He's getting carved up by someone who does have them. It is hard to keep up with the wars all over the map, it's true. So like I said, I don't know if Willem dies from this, but he's not winning the game at this point. He's taking too much damage. I guess there's an outside chance for a cultural victory. It's not impossible, but I think he's taken too much damage. I'm also curious where Gilgamesh is actually going. He seems to be pillaging the living daylights out of Ashoka's territory, but where he's going, I have no idea. And I guess Mehmed's still healing his stack? No. Where'd all his units go? He didn't lose that many capturing Boston. I don't know where his units are going. I think he's maneuvering through Gilgamesh's territory towards either Seattle or San Francisco. I don't know. He'll figure it out eventually. So we did have a request to see the Diplo screen. It's pretty crazy. I mean, everyone's in a war right now, so I usually don't focus too much on diplomacy if all AIs are at war because they can't start a new war while they're in one. I'm hoping that Charlemagne is not going to get all of the Dutch territory because then he would take over as the runaway Civ, which I am kind of hoping he is not the winner of this game. Although that would be the maximum troll result, so that's probably what we'll see happen. Willem definitely should try to get peace with Charlemagne if he can, but I don't see why I don't see why Charlie would sign peace. You can see he's way ahead. This is the rifling spike. But like Holy Rome is slowly carving their way right across Dutch territory because again, it's cavs against medieval units. That's what always happens when cavalry fights medieval units. There's no answer for that. Oh yeah, now you're researching replaceable parts, Willem. Oh yeah, now you go for rifling after you already researched constitution, liberalism, scientific method, communism, and physics. Well, so the good news is Ahsoka and Willem finally got out of a war that was just horrible for both of them. Like literally terrible for both of them. Anyway, is Ahsoka turning on the slider or is he just dying? No, he is turning on the slider. Okay. I thought he might just be in anarchy for this turn. Well, the problem is Gilgamesh is still at war with him. If he could just sit here and go to victory, yeah, I mean, he'd be on pace for like a turn 300 or so cultural victory. I'm just not sure that that's going to work because he's in this war with Gilgamesh. I don't know where Gilgamesh is going next, but I have a feeling he's going for someone. And oh, here we go. I lost sight of Mehmed's stack because it apparently ran up and around to Chicago here. He only has 2 trebuchets in this stack, so this could take a long time since this is a castle. That's 8% bombarded off each turn. Actually, he's probably been there for some time already. Oh, Ashoka's spiritual, of course. So of course he can't be in anarchy. Gilgamesh seems to be struggling to figure out where he's going to attack, though. He's just been like running in circles in the middle of Indian territory. I wonder if he will try to gift Delft back to the Dutch. I guess we'll see. Meanwhile, Holy Rome is still pushing onwards here, although at least for Willem's sake, he is no longer in a two-front war for the first time in however long. Cuirassiers are pretty decent against cavs and rifles. Like, they're not great, but they're a much better unit than... Oh, so he did... As soon as I move the camera away, that's when the attack comes in. Cuirassiers are not ideal units, but they're better than a lot of the alternatives. Like, they're certainly better than trying to use maces or, I don't know, pikes or something. Like, pikes do terribly against cavs. You might think they're decent, but the strength differential is just too big. 15 against 6. Even with the 100% bonus, it's not enough. Pikes are pretty terrible against cavs. At least with the Cuirassier, you got at least a shot. Obviously, it's a losing matchup, but it's closer. If you can get formation on them, they actually have a shot. Will the AI use siege on stacks out in the field? Yes, they definitely will. They're pretty good about doing that. This is still a losing matchup for Willem, though. At least he's about to get rifling. What he really needs, though, is someone else to attack Charlie. I'm kind of curious, how do other leaders feel about Charlemagne? That's this column. Well, Washington loves him. Ashoka likes him. Gilgamesh likes him. So he's pretty well liked. I will say this. Mehmed is only cautious toward Charlemagne. Mehmed, once he gets out of this war, it's going to be really interesting to see where he goes. Because, look, he's cautious with a lot of leaders. That means he could go in almost any direction. So there's only 2 American cities left. Seattle and then San Francisco down here. So it's not going to be much longer until Mehmed's out of this war, and then he'll be free to look for other targets. He also just finished rifling as well, so he'll be upgrading into rifle-based units. So, like, fighting over here, the problem is rifles and cavs beat medieval units. That's just how it works. It's not a matchup that goes well for the side that's behind in tech. Alright, so Gilgamesh has finally gotten his stack up next to Bombay. This is one of the 3 holy cities for, so you can see it's the 3rd city on the list. So losing this would be pretty catastrophic. It's also the Jewish holy city, although the shrine doesn't have that much in it. But this is where Sistine and Statue of Liberty are located. Wow, this is a super valuable city. If Gilgamesh is able to take this city, which I think he should be able to, look how many units he's got here. I mean, that's a big stack. It's going to take a few turns to... He's got... Oh my goodness. He has a group of 26 units and a group of 46 units here. All right, so Willem finally goes free religion, which will help his diplomatic issues. So he's now pleased with Gilgamesh, pleased with Mehmed. That's big because Mehmed doesn't declare war at pleased. Still hated by Charlemagne, so he still will have to get out of this war. But once he has rifles, he'll have a shot, although by now Charlemagne is a lot bigger than him. So, but he'll have a shot at least. Just lost another city in his core. Would have made more sense to capture Utrecht first. Delft was gifted back over to him, by the way, from Gilgamesh, because it was completely encased in Dutch culture. Boy, it's been a rough go of some of these cities, hasn't it, for Willem? I guess he did pick up Calcutta, for what that's worth. It's not like the minute he gets rifling, he'll suddenly be safe, either. Because Charlemagne will still be able to outproduce him. So Seattle's about to get captured, and then there's just one American city left. This city, which was bizarrely bypassed by Mehmed. And meanwhile, this city's down to 38%. How many units are here? All right, 73. I'm going to say that 73 units is enough to capture this city, which probably spells doom for Ashoka, who as recently as like 25 turns ago was probably the favorite to win this game. This has been such a swingy game. I guess it's been great for the championship in that regard. So much back and forth. Like, soon enough, Willem will not be building maces. He'll be building units that actually do stuff. All right. I think the attack comes in this turn on Bombay. If not this turn, the next turn. Gilgamesh still does not have rifles yet. Yeah, so that's a big pickup. That's a really valuable city. Like we already highlighted it before, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 great generals inside. The Temple of Solomon and, wow, it's both the... Okay, I didn't even realize it's the Jewish and the Taoist shrine. I think I missed that it was... I think I missed the first shrine before. Along with Sistine and Statue of Liberty. So, like, Statue of Liberty, even though the city's an anarchy, you get that free specialist right away, and the free culture from Sistine. And Ashoka's culture is reset in that city, so the odds of him winning a cultural victory just plummeted. Because now the third city is Varanasi, and that's, well, 70 turns. That's still not that far off. If they were to sign a peace treaty right now, Ashoka would have at least an outside shot. But because he's on physics, his tech is not advancing. He does not have rifles, and he's not going to have them anytime soon, which means every turn that passes, he's more and more vulnerable to people who are teching. Yeah, Gilgamesh is still in it. I mean, I know this is bizarre, but like he still has a shot to win this. He is not out of it at all. And we'll have to think about, I mean, especially if he takes over all of India's land, which is still a ways away, but India doesn't have that many cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, India only has 6 cities. Like if he takes over all of India's cities, he could be quite strong. It was a good move of him. I mean, after he was getting battered by Willem to, you know, find a way to get back in it is impressive. Anyway, so Willem now also has rifles. And he does have the chance, because his culture is so strong, he does have the chance to like slip in and grab a city like this. Because Charlemagne moved his units forward to Sehertogenbosch, and I'm sure I mispronounced that. There's some very highly promoted units there. Flanking is useless defensively, though. Only good on the offense. So like there's the chance to like slip in here and capture this city and strand these units. But that's thinking like a human, not like an AI. Meanwhile, over here, we're about to see the last stand of the Americans soon. So I'm going to try to keep an eye out over here so that we can catch this when they actually fall. And we'll finally have someone eliminated from this game. Well over 200 turns into this game. As for Gilgamesh, where is he moving? Because he had that humongous stack. Oh, here it is up here at Bombay. I guess he's still healing it for the most part. Yeah, he's still healing up after that attack. This is the logical choice of where to go next, but whether that's actually where he goes next, who knows? He does seem to be trickling units over here. Gilgamesh also still doesn't have rifles. This city looks like it got reinforced a bit. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm still trying to watch to see when this city, San Francisco, gets captured. Mehmed must have really big stacks headed over there from somewhere, right? At some point, I can't believe he's still not first in score. Kind of surprising. Well, hasn't gotten over there yet. And that stack appears to still be healing up. It's going to be a very late first to die. That's commonly pronounced Denbosch. Okay. Oh, great. Willem, good time to build the Kremlin, I guess. This war seems to have stalled out a bit since Willem picked up rifling. I don't think it's a war Willem can win long term, though. It would be to Willem's advantage to get peace just to get out of this situation. But again, I don't know that Charlemagne is willing to grant that. All right, there's the Doom stack right there. And it looks like Ashoka stopped running the culture slider because he's back down to one turn physics. Yeah, he's back up to researching again. I guess he realized that this wasn't working. All right, so Gilgamesh is not doing the smart thing. He's moving north. He also has one trebuchet in this stack, which is like the worst possible thing. Exactly one siege unit means you take forever to capture anything. But we bid farewell either this turn or next turn to the Americans, to Washington. All right, so we finally have an elimination in this game. After seemingly endless fighting, it's Washington who's first to die. All right. Let's put that in the spreadsheet, which we haven't been using very much here. So Washington's first to die. Not the winner of this one. He was battered by a lot of attacks. All right, so this is turn 241. Apparently we have caps lock on again somehow. And the kill went to Mehmed. So as far as contest goes, first eliminated Washington. So I definitely don't score any points for that. I believe he was a fairly popular pick. Yeah, 300, so that's... So, wow, 60 people had that. All right, that's a lot. That's about a quarter of the picking contest, roughly. A little more. It's like between 25 and 30% had that. So kudos to you guys. This game, I do feel like could have gone in a gazillion different directions. But as it turns out, it is the Americans who are the first ones out of this. One of my nightmare scenarios has been avoided. All right, so let's pause here for a second. So Mehmed is not in a war now. So he can't declare it pleased, so he won't fight Willem, but he could attack anyone else. Ashoka is the most likely target due to the fact that they are annoyed and have had a lot of conflict. Also keep in mind, we've now eliminated the highest peace weight leader from the game. So in terms of peace weight, we had Washington at 8 and Ashoka at 8 and Charlie at 6. So we had 3 that were at the higher end of the peace weight scale and then 3 that were at the lower end, that being Willem, Gilgamesh, and Mehmed. This is bad long-term for Ashoka and Charlemagne because they lost one of the high peace weight AIs who are more likely to be good friends with them. Now, Charlie's diplomatic situation is pretty good right now. He especially is in love with Gilgamesh. But look where those pluses are coming from. Shared religion, which will drop later in the game, and shared civics, which will also drop later in the game. The shared civic, oops, clicked on the wrong thing there. The shared civic is vassalage, and late game, oh wait, wait, what? How is he getting free favorite civic if Gilgamesh is not in vassalage? Wait a minute. Where is he getting that from then? You have wisely chosen your civics. Am I reading this wrong? Hereditary rule and vassalage. Am I reading this backwards that he's running... Oh, he must be running the favorite civic of Oh, it's the hereditary rule. It's the hereditary rule. Yeah, I was reading it backwards. So yeah, when Charlemagne drops hereditary rule, and if they ever go into free religion late game, those pluses are going to drop off of this, and you could have a situation where Charlie's diplomatically isolated. So that's going down the run. Yeah, I was reading it backwards. I get it. So that's getting ahead of ourselves, but like you should keep in mind that anytime there's like half high piece weight, half low piece weight, losing one of the ones that are on one side of the scale is usually bad for the others at the other end of the scale. Okay, so onwards we go. We've got 5 leaders, and all of them have at least some chance of winning. I did notice that Ashoka is now belatedly going for, it looks like he's belatedly going for rifling tech too. As Gilgamesh continues to wander around in Indian territory without actually capturing stuff. Gilgamesh is also... Wait, did Gilgamesh get rifling? Or did he stop after replaceable parts? No, he's... Okay, Gilgamesh is also behind. We should probably just check tech real quick. So here's Gilgamesh. He is like early Renaissance for the most part, I'd say. Go like here so we can see that line. All right. Charlemagne is much more advanced. I'd say he's in pretty good tech shape because he has steam power, and he's good. And he has steam power and steel, so he might be first to assembly line. Ashoka we know is behind because he was running the culture slider for a while. Does not have rifles yet. Willem is doing pretty well on tech. He's again prioritizing stuff that's not that useful though. And Mehmed, actually his tech situation is not great. Yeah, apparently Charlemagne is the tech leader right now, which is kind of shocking. He's also the score leader too. Well, that's great. Score leader and tech leader? Ugh. Great. This could also end up being a very lengthy game because no one is close to finishing the tech tree. Gilgamesh, yeah, Gilgamesh understandably got behind in tech from all the fighting he's been doing. So here's his stack. He has about 40 units here. The problem is he has 1 trebuchet, which is the worst of all worlds because he'll just sit bombarding for 10,000 turns. If he didn't have the trebuchet and he just walked up and attacked, he'd be in far better shape because Ahsoka is getting ready to hit rifling and then he'll upgrade all his units. Anyway, meanwhile, this war between the Dutch and Holy Rome is still going on. It's been going on for over 100 turns. And again, if no one does anything about this war and Charlemagne just conquers all of the Dutch territory, he is going to be the favorite to win this game. Because that's what he's been doing, just slowly grinding out one city at a time. Okay, enough with the request spam. Alright, well, Mehmed is apparently continuing to go onwards. And that was just liberated over, which is not a surprise. So it looks like Ashoka is going to be out of the game soon. And then the real question will be what happens to Charlie once all of his natural allies are out of the game. So yeah, that makes total sense that Mehmed would come back to this conflict. 92 units in a stack there. Okay. He did not like... There was a lot of conflict between India and the Ottomans from earlier on in the game. So that makes total sense why they would get into... that conflict would be renewed. Is there like 1 trebuchet in this stack? Yep, same thing. 1 trebuchet here. Another eternal siege that goes on forever. Willem hasn't exactly been looking to recapture any of these cities. Like, you would think he could capture some of these that are pretty isolated, but nope. Actually pretty good garrisons. And actually there's pretty strong garrisons in all of these cities. Oh, I didn't get the war declaration counter. Yes, thank you. So that's 9. I'm sure there will be no more wars in this game. I thought we would have a lower amount of wars, because I thought we would head for a fast finish, but we are not heading for a fast finish at all. This looks like it's going to be a lengthy game. So my read on the game just went out the window as soon as Willem and Gilgamesh went to war. That pretty much torpedoed my game instantly. It was the one thing I was hoping that I could avoid, but it didn't happen. By the way, where is that Ottoman stack anyway? Because there's that stack of 92 units. Now, where did it go? Oh, here it is. It pulled back to pick up more units. Okay. Maybe they're upgrading to rifles or something. So Gilgamesh is using that one trebuchet to bombard the city for 4% each turn. Of course, they'll all be rifles by the time he's done, but I guess there's a lot of grenadiers in here, which are pretty good against rifles, on the attack at least. So, yeah. Just got some lengthy, long sieges going on. Already turned 250 here. I mean, someone will have to get over the hump and actually win this game. Like, it's not enough just to get territory, unless you get all the way to domination. You do have to achieve a victory condition. 103 units now. Like I said, I think that Mehmed has paused to upgrade a lot of these units to rifles. Congrats on the border pop. Yeah, seriously. It is kind of remarkable that 5 AI leaders are all relatively bunched on the scoreboard at this point. Usually someone's begun to pull away. I mean, obviously Washington is out of the game and was eliminated, but it is still kind of remarkable that there's that many that are close. Yeah, Charlie just, again, no one else has intervened in this war, and he just slowly seems to be taking over more territory. I don't know how this city's at 76%. I guess a frigate shot it and lowered the defenses. 54%. That stack still has not started moving yet. Oh wait, did it? Hold on. It must have moved because I don't see it there. Where did that stack go? Did I miss it somehow? I can't seem to find where that gigantic stack was. The one that was like 100 units? Because that's not 100 units there. Where did they go? Oh well, they'll turn up sooner or later. I can't see where they may have gone to. There's evidently something shooting this city. Oh, here we go. There's another. Okay, so Gilgamesh has 2 stacks. One here and one here that are both sieging these down. Yeah, I have no idea where that... Like, Mehmed had a stack with 100 units in it, and I'm not sure where it went. Continuing to look for this force, but I don't see it. Oh well, I guess we'll find it eventually. So anyway, these just lengthy sieges taking place. So part of the reason is because there's been so much fighting, no one's been teching particularly quickly. This stack looks like it got hit with a catapult and then just stopped. This stack looks like it either attacked or got wiped out, yeah. Willem did tech cannons, and he's been using them for some defensive collateral damage, which has slowed the attacks here. I don't know what Mehmed's doing with his giant army. I mean, he didn't disband it or anything. I'm just not sure where that went. Yeah, I was wondering if he just marched it like across the world map, but I still haven't seen it. I am just mystified as to where that stack went that had 100 units in it. I mean, unless it's still in the city, but I don't think it is still in Boston. I have no idea. I'm literally mystified as to where he sent those units. Because he is still at war, right? Like, I didn't miss him signing peace, no. And he still tops in power, isn't he? Oh, yeah, he's still #1 in power by a wide margin. Well, they had to go somewhere. Gilgamesh is very slowly bombarding these cities down. I think he will take both of them when the defenses are down. It's just going to take forever. Oh, here they are. Here they are. I finally found it. It's over here, you guys. He's walking through Dutch territory. He's probably going for Pataliputra. He only has 3 he has 103 units, and 3 of them are siege units. Oh boy. Maybe he'll lose those siege units in an attack, but more likely he'll just sit there bombarding for 15 turns with his 3 siege units. Ah, boy. But at least we finally found where the heck that stack was going. It's in Illinois now. So who knows where that's headed to. So Charlie gets another golden age. You know, he's been trying to attack here at Maastricht, but he doesn't seem to be breaking through. He seems to have stalled out pretty severely in his war against Willem. Like, they just seem to be at a stalemate for right now. I would still think that Charlemagne can eventually push through there. In part, maybe if he gets to assembly line first. But instead, we're just slowly seeing India's cities getting grinded down. Now the big stack's in Calcutta. I guess it's going to Agra, I guess? Because if we wanted to go to Pataliputra, wouldn't it? I don't know. Whatever. Well, this city, Vijayanagara, has finally picked up some more I guess not. It's up to 3 trebuchets, which means you can take 12% off each turn. Can we see research rates? Yeah. So Charlemagne 777, Ashoka 533. Willem is still keeping pace. Even with as much damage as he's taken, he's still keeping pace with Charlie on research. Gilgamesh's research is bad, but he's upgrading units right now, so that's not a fair comparison. Mehmed's research is legit bad. He's only at 400 beakers. Considering how much territory he has, that's pretty awful. He needs to improve on that. I guess he's been a little too unit focused. Yeah, so the attack on Maastricht failed. Charlie tried to take that city and he came up short. Now Willem actually has a little counterattack. He's got a little stack of cannons. I mean, I don't think that's enough to get through the units in here, but like if he actually concentrated that cavalry, maybe. Yeah, we saw Charlemagne. He was the first. He was 777. Him and Willem were researching at the same rate. So I think the next thing is this city falling. This city is, yeah, putting out. I was going to say will open up a lot of space culturally because it had 5,000 culture. This pretty much ends Ashoka's chance of winning the game too because his only realistic chance was a cultural victory. And look, now his third city is only at 8,000 culture. It's Pataliputra, which is down here, and like this city's 500 turns away, so like that's not going to happen. This city keeps revolting. The Dutch will actually get a lot of mileage out of this city as soon as Pataliputra is captured. So yeah, I mean, and did we finally see this? Oh, here's the stack. Finally is moving. I guess it's going to Agra or Varanasi, one of the two. Were there any wonders in here of relevance? Hagia Sophia, that's nice. Faster worker speed. Useful because the AI often bulldozes over its terrain improvements and then has to keep replacing them. So useful in that sense. Yeah, Charlie and Willem seem to be stalemated, but Charlie's going for assembly line. That could be a breakthrough tech for him. With the factories, will open up a lot more production and unlocks infantry. And Willem is keeping pace with him, but looks like he's going to want to get railroad plus combustion before he goes to assembly line. Still, those guys are ahead in tech for sure. Like Gilgamesh and Mehmed's teching is pretty bad, but they are going to have a lot more territory by the time this is over. Delhi still losing 3% of its defenses each turn. 3% per turn. Like the demise of Ashoka has not been fast, but it is that one trebuchet. And then there's 103 units over here. So this sooner or later this will result in a Ashoka getting finished off. It's just a matter of how long it takes. Willem keeps trying to attack and retake Den Bosch, if I'm using the suggested name in chat. Not with a lot of success, though. He might do better just to defend, or focus on defending. Alright, so now this Doom stack has finally made it up, but it's not gonna have much luck reducing the defenses. This era where everyone has castles and no one has cannons, it just takes forever to remove the defenses. I guess he took off like 10% that round. By the way, the movement path to get over to Varanasi is pretty hilarious. Remember that stack started out over here. It was in Seattle, I believe, and it walked all the way down here and around and then up and then through. I was like, what the heck? Why did you do walked in like this most bizarre circle imaginable? Anyway, AI pathfinding at its best. So now there's actually 2 trebuchets shooting at Delhi. So it goes down to 15%. How about what's going on over here? So Charlie is starting to put some larger stacks together. Again, I don't know that Willem can really hold on forever. Willem's best hope is that Ahsoka gets eliminated, and then Gilgamesh and Mehmed come calling for Charlie. Now, Gilgamesh won't, because he's friendly, but Mehmed certainly could. In fact, the only ones he could attack would be Gilgamesh or Charlemagne. So where he goes next after this war could be really, really significant, because he can't attack Willem. That +5 civics is the only thing that's holding up their relationship right now. Like, the minute that Charlie drops hereditary rule and vassalage, like, he's just kind of by dumb luck running the 2 civics that these guys both happen to love. So the minute he drops hereditary rule or vassalage, he suddenly becomes extremely vulnerable. Or his religion, they're also practicing the same religion. Although I guess Mehmed is... No, Mehmed's running a different religion. Never mind. Looking at the wrong thing there. How big is... Yeah, the war weariness has to be pretty bad for Charlie. That has to be hurting him quite a bit, because he's been at war, like, forever. Yeah, it's not great. +7. 7 on happy faces is pretty significant. 6 or 7. A lot of the early fighting was actually in Holy Rome's territory. Wait, did the city go legendary or something? No. I was wondering how it got up. Oh, never mind. I was thinking of the other city that got captured. I was like, how did this get up to 41%? But it's been coming down from 80%. This one's at 15, so we likely only have another turn or 2 before Delhi gets attacked. Actually, it was attacked and it didn't fall. Interesting. I'm a little surprised that not all the units attack. Oh, Mehmed just did a civic swap. Oh, Mehmed went uni-suffrage. Okay. So that means the you've wisely chosen your civics should start to disappear, right? Because he swept into universal suffrage. So does that... I guess that relationship starts to decay over time? Maybe I'm misremembering how that works. Oh no, never mind. It's because he's still in vassalage. It's Gilgamesh that he lost the relationship with. Vassalage is both of their favorite civics. Okay. Well, he might be in vassalage for quite some time. Alright, so this city is still holding for the time being, which is a little surprising. I'll just check in over here. So Maastricht is being attacked again with a larger force this time. Yeah, I don't think that city is enough to hold, not unless it gets reinforced. So again, Willem's still slowly dying here. Alright, well, Delhi did get captured, and Varanasi is about to fall too. So it seems like Ashoka's on his way out. Let's see if there's any particularly valuable wonders in that city. Let's see. So pyramids, always nice to have. They're available for the whole game. Angkor Wat, not as useful, but priest specialists. Taj Mahal does nothing. Military Academy is not bad, but it's not a wonder, obviously. So yeah, not that much left of India now. Now they still look big on the mini map, but that's because these 4 cities are like still projecting culture everywhere. Really weird way that India is being conquered, like in a bizarre fashion here. So yeah, Ashoka should be the next one out of this game. It would be surprising if he was not. Whether Willem can still stick around or not is an open question, or whether Charlemagne will complete his conquest. And there's Varanasi getting taken out. So this one has another shrine, the Islamic shrine, along with great library. Spiral Minarets, actually a really nice pickup, because I'm sure there's a lot of religious buildings that Mehmed has, and military academy. Just curious if like he's got, because he will have temples for his religion for sure. And of course, this seals the doom of potential cultural victory for Ashoka, so that's not going to happen. So now there's only 3 Indian cities left at the corners of Ashoka's former territory here, here, here. So, yeah, as they're taken out, that will open up a lot of territory for people to walk through culturally. This city is not that well defended. And yeah, so Mehmed is definitely becoming strong. Gilgamesh too. Gilgamesh picked up, like, Gilgamesh's score hasn't really gone up that much yet because his conquests have mostly been kind of crushed by Indian culture. But as soon as all the Indian cities are gone, like Bombay will start to become a good city. Like Bombay actually has 900 culture and it's got a ton of infrastructure in it. It's not able to work any tiles. It'll start growing like a weed as soon as India's gone though. Similarly for this, so Gilgamesh and Mehmed are both on the rise. Charlie too, because he is, again, like he's in the same situation. If he can take out some of the remaining Dutch cities, then these spots will be able to start growing and becoming valuable contributors. So like as the Dutch cities fall, he gets stronger too. Not just for getting more territory, but the cities he has um, like open up and can work tiles and grow, etc. And he's got oil-based ships fighting the Dutch at sea, which is stupidly causing the... Now, the AI always does this. This is not unique to Willem by any means, but now the AI desperately builds more ships to try and contest at sea. It's instead of like building actual units to defend. Willem is also about to get assembly lines somehow, amazingly. Even better news for Mehmed is his trebuchets appear to have died in that combat, so now he will not stop for 20 turns to bombard down the defenses. He should just attack here with his 10,000 cavalry. No, Charlemagne was the first to get assembly line. I mentioned that he was the tech leader and the score leader. He's had assembly line for a little while now. So, while Holy Rome puts together another stack elsewhere, I'm trying to keep an eye on who's going to be able to capture these remaining cities in Indian territory. Looks like Pataliputra might be the last one left standing, kind of amazingly. This city has very little to defend it. Oh no, there's one trebuchet, the one trebuchet of doom. Although there's 2 frigates, or ships of the line, technically, taking out the defenses from sea. I was like, oh no, there's one trebuchet. The worst thing possible. 1 siege unit in the stack. So Agra, the source of the original conflict between India and the Ottomans, gets captured there. So maybe Pataliputra won't be the last city standing. And meanwhile, now Burger King is still reloading for his next attack. So we'll continue watching the Indian cities. It looks like some cavalry attacked, but not great odds attacking rifles in a city with 80% defense, even though it's not on a hill. Yeah, I mean, 22 grenadiers look like they'll have more success. Willem has definitely put up a fight. So yeah, this city, that one trebuchet. Well, if the ships of the line are able to help out with the defenses, it might not take as long. Yeah, so that is going down quickly. I would expect Gilgamesh to be the one to get this, but we'll see. Despite the picks not working out, this has been a great game. I have to agree. This might be the best game of the season because so many people, like so many of the leaders have had a chance to win this. It feels like everyone other than Washington's been very much in contention. Washington just kind of, his expansion just wasn't good. Oh, Charlie signed peace. Wow. Finally. Huh. So Willem is finally not at war for the first time since like turn 120. It's really been that long. So he's battered, but he's still in it, and I think he still has a non-zero chance to win because his teching is just so good. It's gonna be tough, but I mean his research rate is still really good. 540. Okay, well 540 is not that good, but I think he's still got a shot. It's a long shot, but if like the others fight, I think he's still in it. Is Mehmed gonna win? He's gonna have the most territory. He's very behind in tech though. I don't know. I still think this is pretty wide open between... Obviously, Ashoka is about to be killed, but the other four... I think Mehmed, Gilgamesh, and Charlemagne all have realistic chances. I think Willem has an outsider's chance now that he was able to get peace. Like, don't forget Willem always has the chance to pop on the culture slider and push for a culture win. Like, no one's really close to spaceship, so... Like, if he could pop on the slider and not get attacked... The other thing he has going for him is Mehmed likes him, and Mehmed is potentially the strongest AI here. Like, again, going back to the diplomacy, Mehmed likes Willem. He also likes Gilgamesh now. Does not like Charlemagne. So, if the other leaders get tied up in fighting, it's not impossible. It's like I said, it's a long shot. Things came crashing down for Ashoka. They sure did. I kind of thought he was very likely to win when he attacked Willem. I really did. But Gilgamesh flipped it around. It was Gilgamesh who started it, and then Mehmed... I guess long term the problem was Mehmed did hate him, and Mehmed was like in the process of mopping up America. So it was always likely that Mehmed would come after him. Not guaranteed, but likely. And now we're just waiting to see who gets the kill credit. Is it going to be Gilgamesh? Alright, so Gilgamesh does move before Mehmed, so I think Gilgamesh is going to be the one to get this, because he's going to move first. If he chooses not to attack, then it'll be Mehmed. Alright, so as predicted, it was Gilgamesh. He gets the kill credit. And by getting that kill, Gilgamesh has locked down the Golden Spear for most kills in a season. He was already... I believe he already had that because he had 4 and he had made it further than anyone else. But that's his 5th kill, and I don't think anyone else can get to 5 now. So, we bid farewell to Ashoka. I had him as first to die, but he was second to die, sadly. So congrats to Gilgamesh. I mean, the way he's gotten back in this game is really impressive. I mean, he was like left for dead at one point. Oh, also check out this city. Well, that's going to be a hard city to hold on to long term, the city of Seattle. Alrighty, well, let's mark it down in our spreadsheet here. So it is not to be for Ashoka, not this season anyway. Really good showing from him this year. 2 first-place finishes. But he is out on turn 282. And as mentioned, Gilgamesh has locked down the Golden Spear Award for most kills. And this is his 2nd year in a row. He won it last year, too. So he's doing something right. And with that, on we go to this game that is very much still undecided. Okay. Gilgamesh wasn't... Yeah, I mean, it always is... excuse me. It always is interesting how these things flip. If Charlemagne decides not to attack Willem, like let's say he just randomly attacks someone else instead, Gilgamesh would have been probably eliminated by Willem, and Willem would have been an unstoppable runaway. But now Mehmed and Gilgamesh are kind of the top leaders here. Let's click through a turn or two to get these leaders out of war mode, and then we'll assess them on like turn 285. Do like a big check of where they are technologically. So Willem went uni suffrage. Okay. I don't think that was the best decision, but sure. He does have the infantry and factory production. Another thing that helps Willem is he does still have these cities that are like deep in his territory. And by the way, that capture of Calcutta now becomes a real city. If someone else goes to war with Charlie and captures these, they will almost certainly liberate them back to Willem. So he could get a little more territory in like garbage fashion that way. All right, first up, our bar graphs. GNP. Interesting that Mehmed is now has taken over after being pretty bad for a long time. He's not in a golden age either. So Charlemagne is tops at the moment because he has factories and the other leaders do not. Note that Willem is competitive because he has factories and these leaders do not. Food, Mehmed is first. Gilgamesh is... No, wait, Gilgamesh is first. That's really close. Charlemagne has been stable for a while. He probably lost some population when he built factories because of the unhealthiness. Willem is clearly losing there. Power, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's your clear ranking. And culture. Charlie's tops in that category. All right, let's look at their research rate at the moment. So Charlie is running... He's not running full research right now. He's upgrading stuff. Probably still upgrading some units to infantry. let's wait a turn or two for him to not be doing that. Instead, let's look at where they are on the tech tree. So Charlemagne is the leader in terms of tech. He is like early industrial, I'd say, early to mid industrial. Has assembly line. Doesn't really have much past assembly line. Oh, he still needs to get communism and physics because he didn't research them before. Willem is pretty darn close. Willem's kind of like co-tech leader, amazingly. I don't know how Willem is still the co-tech leader after what he's been through in this game, but he is. He's still in it. Gilgamesh and Mehmed are quite a ways further back. I mean, Gilgamesh doesn't even have education right now. So that's not ideal. Okay, Mehmed is not that far behind. Actually, Mehmed is coming up very strong. He should probably be able to take over as the tech leader because he's only about 4 or 5 techs back, and he's making up ground rapidly. So I expect he will take over as the research leader in another 25 to 30 turns. Yeah, Mehmed has been coming on strong. All right, well, right now he's pleased with everyone, so he will not declare war at the moment. Whereas Willem and Charlie can go back to war, and Gilgamesh can declare on anyone because he declares it pleased. Willem can also declare at anyone, but let's face it, much more likely to go after Charlemagne. Gilgamesh, I would not be shocked to see him go back to war with Willem. Willem is weaker than him. Willem declared war on him. It's not shocking that he would want to go after that target. So if we see him plotting war, that's the likely target. So Mehmed, what would cause him to drop out of pleased with some of these people? So Charlemagne in particular, it's really just the civics that are keeping them pleased. That's really the only thing that's propping up relations. So that's vassalage, I believe. Yeah, it's just if Charlemagne drops vassalage, he becomes very vulnerable. We'll see if he keeps running it. Now that he's out of a war, I wouldn't be shocked if he flips to something else. That seems unlikely to change. This is, okay, so this is the mutual military struggle. This will decline over time. The difference is these are both low peace weight leaders, so they don't need much to be pleased. They probably only need like +1. But this is only needs to drop like a point or 2. Mehmed would not be a great champion. It would feel pretty undeserving, but so did Gilgamesh just go to, did he flip civics or is he turned on the culture slider here? He is flipping civics, okay. I thought for a second maybe he was going to research, but he's flipping civics, so that will change up some of the favorite civic status. Not enough to matter though. So let's see if anyone's plotting war. So he can't plot war, that's right. Gilgamesh is currently not. Charlie and Willem just signed a peace treaty, so they can't go back to war for a little bit. All right, so might have a few turns of peace here. We're still at 9 wars, so technically if there's no more wars, I do land that dead on the nose, but I'm pretty confident they're going to have some more wars before this is done. I'm still holding out hope that Willem can win this game. I know it feels ridiculous, but I still think if he just has to avoid a war. I don't think that will happen. I think he'll get attacked by someone. But if he does avoid a war, he could win this. He needs the other leaders to get tied up in inconclusive fighting. That's what he needs. If that doesn't happen, though, he obviously can't win. If someone attacks him. If Charlemagne is attacked, will his stack be trapped by Willem's culture? Well, his stack's already trapped in here. It's not a huge stack, but he does have 20 or so units. But yes, this stack is trapped. Willem's not going to give him open borders, that's for sure. So yeah, we're kind of just chilling here. All right, now let's check the research rates. All right, so Charlemagne is still upgrading units, but for whatever reason, he's only at 400 beakers per turn. Willem's maxed out at 700, which is about the same as Gilgamesh, but Mehmed's much more at 1,000. Although 1,000 is still not that many for this stage of the game. Charlemagne and Gilgamesh seem to be friendly. Are they somehow within reach of a Diplo victory? Well, maybe. +9 is pretty high. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe. If either one of them goes free religion, though, then they would lose that. Willem builds the Pentagon. Yeah, if either one of them goes free religion, it's really just the religion propping this up. So Mehmed going free religion will actually. So now he's down to cautious with one of the opponents. Mehmed was actually running a different religion, and that was actually causing some tensions. So that should improve Mehmed's relations with Gilgamesh and Charlemagne. But he's down to cautious, which means he can plot war. I mean, he's not plotting at the moment, but and Willem's building the cultural wonders. Oh, did we just have a new war? We must have, because, like I said, there's no way these guys would sign open borders. So that's not that surprising. All right, war number 10. So does anyone want to come help Willem? That's the question here. I don't know. Because from straight up power perspective, Willem obviously can't win this war. He's too far behind. You declared war on our friend. Maybe. Of course, it's also very likely that Gilgamesh just hops in and is like, yeah, I'm going to kill Willem, thanks. Jump in on Willem's side, Mehmed. I mean, maybe. He could jump. He could. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility. By the way, Gilgamesh actually has the most population and land area. Like, we've talked a lot about Mehmed and his conquests. Gilgamesh actually has the most under his control now. And he also captured all of those wonders from Ahsoka. Still, the most likely outcome here is Willem gets rolled over, that he's just not strong enough, and that he gets rolled over by Charlie. He was busy building, like, the Pentagon and all that. So I'm trying to figure out where the main stack is. I think it's heading for Utrecht, I think. But the Dutch have just been so weakened by endless warring that it's hard to see them coming out on top in this, or just surviving. The only survival is if another AI leader hops in. It's the only way Willem makes it out of this. So he's not plotting war. Just check every now and then. Mehmed is not currently plotting war. So that probably means Willem is doomed here. Probably. Yeah, it looks like Utrecht is the city that's attracting attention right now. Although that's a pretty good stat. Well, a lot of cavs on defense in there. Also some cannons. Cannons are, of course, terrible defensive units. You have to attack with them. I mean, they're good on defense, but they're not good when defending. Like, they're good to have as part of your defense. If Utrecht falls, it's also really bad for Willem because Utrecht is projecting culture, like, in a gazillion directions. We've apparently hit turn 300. Well, my turn prediction is going to be awful. I saw this being a game where Willem hopefully got out in front in tech and just swiftly pushed to an early victory, which has not happened. But, like, as soon as Utrecht is gone, a lot of this culture is going to disappear, and then suddenly, like, Nijmegen and The Hague and Middelburg will become strong cities for Holy Rome. But I think this city is doomed, and then I think the Dutch really get opened up for conquest. So, I mean, Willem's fought hard, but he's just been behind the 8 ball for a really long time. Yeah, researching medicine while dying. Well, good job. Thematically appropriate. So, like, Willem's making him bleed here, although I guess he hasn't really lost that many units yet. Neither of the other two leaders seem to be spiking in power, so I don't think either of them are plotting war. Like, we checked a couple turns ago, and yeah, not much seemed to be happening there. So, poor Willem. It's just slowly... Just too many wars, too many enemies in this game. Definitely played the best opening, but couldn't seem to manage the diplomacy the way he needed to. Don't worry. Keep building those ships of the line. Oh, Charlie went to police state and state property. Okay, now that... he went to theocracy. That means did that mean he dropped vassalage? Nope, he's still in vassalage. I've been running the max max aggression combos for some time now, keeping his relations from falling. Oh wait, actually down to just +1 now. Gilgamesh is still unhappy, but I don't think it's going to come in time to save Willem. My whole thing about how Willem still has a shot was based on him not getting attacked, which is not what happened here. Gilgamesh finishes another shrine. How many shrines does he have under his control? Just out of curiosity. So the Jewish shrine, the Christian shrine, the Taoist shrine. Holy Rome has one and the Ottomans have one. Okay, so they all have a shrine under their control at the moment. But for the moment, we're basically just watching the Dutch get run over by a much larger Civ, much larger and more powerful Civ. Not a lot happening other than just watching the Holy Roman units march forward a little bit at a time. Willem is on the tech that gives you tanks, but by the time he finishes that, it's going to be too late. Unless someone hops into this war, which so far has not happened. I mean, the most likely hop into this war is Gilgamesh deciding that he's going to grab some Dutch territory for himself to get back at Willem for the fighting earlier in the game. All right, well, we got someone who's maybe on the way, because there's only one person Mehmed can declare war on. Only one person he can declare war on. By definition. It's going to be probably too late for the Dutch, but Mehmed does seem to be rallying units over here. He's got a lot of units. His main stack has 159 units in it, so I mean, he's behind in tech, but well, he's missing assembly line. He's actually not that far behind in tech at all. Like, compare him to Charlemagne. He's only maybe like 4 or 5 techs behind. It's more just that he's missing assembly line, which is a really important tech. We'll know when this war gets kicked off if you see a whole bunch of green units charging across the border. That'll be the signal. What's with the Dutch war weariness? Well, the Dutch doesn't have too much at this point. Are you 601 versus 852? So yeah, they both have a ton of war weariness against each other. Although since Charlemagne has been fighting in his territory, I guess, well, it's not as bad as I thought. The reason why it's not manifesting is because he's in police state and probably has jails built by now. But yeah, it's a lot of war weariness according to that. Calcutta is now oh man, Mehmed's in a golden age. Calcutta is now the capital up there. Okay. A former Indian city is now the Dutch capital. All right, Mehmed, are you going to join this conflict or what? Well, Gilgamesh went free religion, so that means he loses his shared faith bonus with Charlemagne. So if we go back to relations, yeah, so remember how they were so happy with one another? Now he's dropped down to cautious. Dropped down to cautious, which means much less likely that he's going to be buddy-buddy. Although I still think if Gilgamesh goes to war, it's going to be with the Dutch just to finish them off. So there's not much left of the Dutch at this point. If Mehmed's going to attack, he's going to need to do it soon if he intends to change anything. He was certainly plotting war, so... Oh, there it is. Right? Oh, never mind. He walked across the border. I assumed he was declaring war. Apparently not. I was like, well, he moved units across the border, so I thought he was declaring war, but I guess he didn't. There's the Dutch dike, by the way, if you've never seen the in-game graphical representation of it. I'll zoom in to show it. Every building does get added to the city. So there's the dike, like there's the lighthouse, factory, barracks. That's a courthouse. I'm familiar with what they all look like after playing this game a lot. You can figure out what's been built in an enemy city just by zooming in. Like there's a library in there, etc. It can be tedious to do that, but we've gotten important information in Pit Boss games before from that. Charlemagne on borrowed time? Perhaps. That is if Mehmed ever actually attacks him. He was plotting war, but by the same token, he's building research in his city, so I don't know what he's waiting for. Willem's like, please help me, save me. Also working on mass media, which could be interesting too, as far as UN. Have to wait to see. Willem would potentially vote for Gilgamesh. That's the only number I see high enough. But Gilgamesh plus Willem could be enough for a victory if Gilgamesh can get some more population somehow. Like right now, that would not be enough to win. But if Gilgamesh got up to like 50% pop, maybe. Still, most likely it would not lead to a decisive result one way or the other. Yeah, there's only a couple of Dutch cities left. Mehmed's sure taking his time with plotting here. If that's his plan, anyway. It has not been an especially fast conquest, but it has been a thorough conquest here. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing. Is Mehmed going for gunships? I don't know. He's been tearing through the top part of the tree. He's still skipped assembly line, though, for no clear reason. Like, he's all the way to satellites, and he doesn't have assembly line, which is such a bizarre choice from the AI. Yeah, I would have thought that he would have attacked by now. I'm kind of wondering what he's doing. How about Gilgamesh? He seems content just to chill for the time being. Like, usually when they plot war, it's not always instantaneous, but it usually doesn't take this long. So it looks like Mehmed's going to be the one to build the UN, so he'll be up against Gilgamesh. So probably just a split vote. I don't think Charlemagne votes for either of them. No, he doesn't like either of them at all, so that means almost certainly a split vote. Yeah, at this point I'm almost like wondering if there's ever going to be a conflict between the, if Mehmed's ever going to declare war. He apparently was plotting, but instead we're just, oh, there it goes. That was somewhat long in arriving. All right. Strangely, he still has nothing better than rifles and cabs because he's researched all these industrial techs, but he has not gotten the ones that actually unlock better units. Let's look in terms of power here. I mean, it's reasonably close in terms of power. Like a little bit earlier, Mehmed had a bigger advantage, but he doesn't anymore. So now the real cat in the hen house is Gilgamesh. What is he gonna do? He could go after any of these if he wanted, or he can sit back and not declare war. It's kind of in his ballpark as far as what he wants to do. And I don't know which way he's gonna jump, because apparently he's plotting war too, but who it is, I have no idea. Very much up in the air which direction this is going to go. Gilgamesh, Mehmed, Charlemagne all still seem to have a shot. I mean, Willem can't win the game now, obviously. He's on the verge of destruction. And again, nobody is still that close to the end of the tech tree. Willem is arguably still the tech leader. They're all pretty close in tech. All of them are pretty close. Yeah, I don't know. This one still can go in a lot of directions. I'm still shocked that Mehmed has not researched assembly line. That said, with all of Charlie's units off in Dutch territory, there should be some easy conquests here um, for Mehmed. He has 93 cavalry and 164 units here, so he should be able to punch through that pretty easily. Mehmed also got a pretty important corporation. Mining Inc. adds a lot of production to the AI. So pretty useful for them to have. Now he's on advanced flight, and he still doesn't have assembly line. What is he doing? That's such a bizarre path through the tech tree. Like, well, Dutch still dying over here. Have only a couple cities left. Yeah, can't build infantry, but he can build bombers. Going for stealth bombers. The UN has not been built. It is in production right now. And I'm really wondering who Gilgamesh is going to attack. I'm really curious what he does here. Because it's kind of like a coin flip as to who he's going after. I guess it's more likely he's going after Charlemagne, but it's not guaranteed. He could still be plotting Willem. He could be plotting Charlie. Could be plotting Mehmed too, although it's somewhat less likely. So there's that UN, but I'm pretty sure there's no shot of a victory because it'll be Gilgamesh against Mehmed, and Charlie won't vote for either. And Willem does not have. I mean, Willem has like 40 votes at this point, if that. So it's not enough to be a sizable swing. I guess though he could put someone over the top because you can't vote yourself the UN victory, at least not in Beyond the Sword. But if Willem were to cast a vote for someone, that would be enough to get them over the top. So there is that. All right. So first city captured there. So we're pretty much just waiting on Gilgamesh to make his move and see where he's going to go. No one has tanks yet, except Willem might be the first one to unlock tanks. Not that he has the resources to build them anymore, unless he's lucky enough to have oil in his remaining cities. Like, Willem could be the only one with tanks. There's a long inner turn. What's going on? Nothing, apparently. Mehmed still not going for factories yet. Just wants those stealth bombers, apparently. I was curious if there's any oil left. No oil left, so he will not be able to build tanks, even if he finishes industrialism. Still, it looks like this attack did pull attention away from Willem, who is now kind of clinging to life with these three cities. Charlie is not in a great position as far as winning this game. So now that the other stronger low piece weight AIs are attacking, he's gonna, at the very least, he'll start losing all his border cities. But he'll also have to keep building so many units that it's going to slow his teching down significantly. Well, now Charlemagne is going for industrialism, which is the tank unlocking tech. Wow, yeah, that city just got run over. I kept seeing more and more cavalry pop up. So his main stack before the war started had 167 units in it. Oh, and he's replaced all his cavs with gunships. Okay, well, he had like 100 cavalry, and now they're all going to be gunships. So gunships can't capture cities, but yeah, I think this is the remnants of his main one big stack. It got split up after, like, at the very start of the war, it captured this city, Florence, and then it split up. But it originally had 167 units in it, because I remember seeing that. I don't think it's concentrated in one spot now. Now he's finally going for assembly line. Okay. But yeah, he picked up advanced flight. I guess you need stealth to pick up stealth bombers, but he's got the gunships. They're really cool units. 24 attack, 4 move. They're very fragile when it comes to the late game because 24 strength is actually not a lot in the late game. But if you go for them, if you beeline them early, they do have 4 movement points and they ignore terrain movement costs. So they're basically like scout units in the late game. But if you go to them really early, they're 4 move units with 24 strength. I mean, that's pretty good. They're not good at assaulting cities, though. You kind of need tanks to attack cities because you need the city raider promotions on the tanks. Gunships can't take city raider promotions. They actually take the same promotions that scouts get. because they're classified as recon units. You don't see them very often because it's that late in the game. And they can't capture cities, but they can kill all the units in a city, and then you can capture it with another unit. So yeah, let's just look at the power graph to see how... I suspect that Charlie's power has been plummeting. Yep, I mean, Mehmed's going down too. This is setting up really nicely for Gilgamesh, though, come in here, particularly if he lets these two beat on each other for a little while longer. The locust swarm coming, pretty much. The gunships do look like a swarm of locusts when they fly in. I'm trying to figure out where the main fighting is taking place, and I think a lot of it's right here, because there's a big stack here and a big stack here, right by Maastricht. Like, I think that's where a lot of the fighting is taking place. So, the last really big... Oh, Willem goes to police state. Okay, buddy. The last really big question in this game is, what is Gilgamesh going to do? He might do well to stay out of this, but we know he's not going to because we know he's plotting war. I also think that as much as we were kind of like, WTF, Mehmed, why are you ignoring assembly line for factories, which admittedly was dumb, having the gunships is a really big advantage because a lot of the units for Holy Rome are cavs, and as great as cavalry are, they lose pretty badly to gunships. 15 against 24 is a badly losing matchup. So if you're just curious about the gunships, I mean, they're basically just, you know, helicopters, but there you go. If you're curious about them. Unless Gilgamesh declares on Mehmed for domination. Yeah, could be. Absolutely. I mean, he has the same... That's why this is, like, so tense. He has the same score with both of them. He's just cautious. Oh, cautious with... Well, he's cautious with Charlie. He's pleased with Mehmed. So it's less likely, but it's certainly not zero. We know this guy will plot war at pleased. And he's got factories going up, and he's got a lot of units, because we have the random gunships flying through. Did Willem just switch to culture victory? I think he did, actually. No, his research rate is just collapsed, unfortunately. Yeah, I thought so, because oftentimes plastics is, for whatever reason, a tech that the AI will start a cultural victory on plastics. Oh, well, there's the UN, but as expected, this is just going to be a split vote. The bloodletting over by Maastricht seems to be continuing. Let me just refresh the map in case we're missing anything. Oh, that's a big map refresh if it took that long. All right, but like none of the other cities. So like this often happens in the late game. Like the border cities get sniped. So like San Francisco, Florence. I would expect this city, Nijmegen, to be attacked as well. Like the border cities get sniped and fall pretty quickly. But like going from San Francisco to like a city like this, you have to get pretty deep into the enemy's culture, and it's tougher to make progress there. Instead, they really both seem to be clashing over this city here, this strategically unimportant city at Maastricht. At least Charlie has those SAM infantry. Now, did he just declare war? Oh, well, looks like this may have sealed the fate for Charlie, because I think, yep, pretty sure Gilgamesh just entered the war, and it was not on the side of Holy Rome. Dun dun dun. Here comes the cavalry. So yeah, this is just inconclusive. Gilgamesh wins the vote, but that's only for Secretary General. All right, so in comes Gilgamesh. As I said, my war declaration counter is definitely too low. I don't think I'm scoring many points in this game, because I also have cultural for the victory condition, and I do not think we're going to see cultural for the victory condition. That's okay. We've gotten a great game. That's the most important thing. More important than scoring points in the contest, because I'm not going to win anyway. So it does not look like Burger King will defend his crown this season. Get it? Crown? Burger? Yeah. Yeah, I'm witty now. So yeah, now there's really little that that can be done here. It's a 3v1, and Charlemagne will be in a state of collapse pretty quickly from this. Gilgamesh should do the best because he kind of held out, let the others exhaust themselves, and then kind of stuck the knife in. Yeah. So like, look how much power they both lost. I mean, he's losing units too, don't get me wrong. It's just that he's likely to come out of this in the best shape. How close is he to domination? He's at 38% land area. We'll have to see how much he can get out of this war. I don't think he'll get enough to win by domination, but we'll see how much he's able to pick up. Where are his main stacks, by the way? So he's got a large stack here. 43 units. No, this is, yeah, 43 units here. So it seems like his main push is coming over in this territory. I'll also be curious if he liberates some of these over to the Dutch. It looks like Willem is going to survive, at least for the time being. They are still fighting over Maastricht over here. This strategically unimportant former Dutch city right on the border. Still fighting here. Very heavy bloodletting on both sides. But it looks like Holy Rome decisively lost that because that whole stack got cleaned up. I don't see any more Holy Roman units. Also, the war weariness has to be outrageous. Yeah. Plus 10? That's not good. Where is the Statue of Zeus, by the way? I know it's in Holy Roman territory. Is it still in Holy Roman territory? Statue of Zeus. Where is it? It's in Attrition. Oh, it's in the capital. Okay. Just because that's one of the game's more important wonders. Here it is, right here. So this is where a Statue of Zeus is. And creative construction, apparently. And Sancor, although that's going to obsolete soon. So because that's such an important wonder, we'll have to keep an eye on who ends up grabbing that. All right. On we go. There's been a long game, but that's just because there's been so many twists and turns in this game. We want to, and because it's a championship, we want to make sure that it gets proper attention. I am going to be relying on the updates to tell me what cities get captured where. Amsterdam, okay. Yeah, the main push still seems to be coming through the former Dutch territory right now. When the map's this crowded, though, it's hard to keep track of who captured what where. So Rotterdam got liberated back to Willem. He's still in it, you guys. Don't count Willem out just yet. No, his teching is good, but it's not that good. He can't come back from being this battered. Maybe if he was running the culture slider, but yeah. He's suffered too much damage. It's not happening. Maybe if he gets all the cities liberated? Maybe if they liberate a whole bunch of cities? I don't know. This does make domination less likely, though, as the victory condition. Keep that in mind. If cities are being liberated back. So everybody's going free religion here. Doesn't really change the diplomacy. Oh, Willem apparently loves both of these. He really loves Gilgamesh. It does mean that Willem could potentially cast a vote for a Diplo victory win for Gilgamesh. Like, if Gilgamesh comes up short on domination, he could get over the hump by Willem voting for him in the UN. Like, that's in play. Also, the Holy Roman cities look like they are horrifically unhappy right now. Like, extremely unhappy. And again, this game's still not being close to being finished. We still need these leaders to potentially finish off Holy Rome, and then we still have a space race, most likely, between Mehmed and Gilgamesh afterwards. No, Willem's defense was not in vain. He fought and he stayed in it long enough for someone else to come save him. The funny thing is, even though he loves Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh doesn't love him. Gilgamesh still is mad at him for declaring war. So this looks like the next city to get captured. Just trying to keep like a wide angle view here. Still curious to see if any more of these cities get liberated back. So everyone has tanks now. All three of the main leaders in this war are up to tanks. So that means the pace of conquest will be much faster. There's a long period in like the medieval era where conquest is super slow because there's castles everywhere and a gazillion defenses. There's not even any units in this city. The gunships killed them all. But in the late game, it's actually possible for cities to get captured very quickly with air power to kill units and tanks to move and blitz through. Yep. Yeah, about a little late there. Oh, why did Willem do that? He gave away another city. He just gave away Illinois in the peace treaty. One of the very few cities he had left. Oh, well, Willem. It's okay. But that doesn't mean it's a city for someone else to capture now. And I suspect someone will be capturing that pretty soon because there's very easy access to this city through... Yeah, well, that didn't take very long. Gilgamesh is like, thanks, I'll go take that. I'll be swiping that city. So where's the attack coming next? I'm just like looking along the borders here. Well, maybe not. There's actually, yes, yeah, maybe not, maybe so. There's actually a bunch of units coming in that direction. Now Gilgamesh is pushing from the other side instead of just purely through former Dutch territory. Oh, stop the war against Mehmed. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is big if it goes through. If this goes through, then Mehmed pieces out, and Gilgamesh will be in a position to grab all the remaining territory for himself. This is really bad for Mehmed. He should not want this. He should not want this to go through because Gilgamesh, at this point, can easily run over the remaining cities that are. He can easily run over the remaining. I mean, look, Charlemagne's power is collapsing. Gilgamesh can just run over these cities with ease. Mehmed will defy. I think Mehmed called the vote. I could be wrong, but I think Mehmed's the one who called for the vote. I don't know if the city gets attacked this turn or if Gilgamesh waits another turn to bombard defenses. But I think that's where he's attacking right now. And we're up to turn 350. Let's see. Succeeds. So Gilgamesh, Mehmed, Charlemagne votes no. Okay, buddy. So that war has come to a close, and now it is only Gilgamesh fighting against Charlie. Okay. Well, that raises the odds of domination by quite a bit if he's able to keep pushing here. It does free up Mehmed to focus a bit more on teching, though. So, like, if this goes to a space race, Mehmed does maybe have a better shot to get over the finish line on space. Because they're very close on tech, the two of them. And if one is putting resources into attacking and one's putting resources into teching, that could favor the side that's not at war, honestly. Some good comments in the chat. I'm not going to repeat them all. So, Charlotte, yeah, so the UN resolution caused the peace to break out over there. This one still could go a couple different ways. Gilgamesh and Mehmed both still have really good odds to win this. I'm a little surprised that the attack hasn't gone in against Augsburg yet. Well, all the defenses are gone, so yeah. Tanks roll on. So we also at this point have to be thinking about where is the oil located for... There's only one oil source for Charlemagne. It's over here. Okay, that's pretty deep in his territory. Because if he loses oil, he can't build tanks anymore, or any of the other late game units. It's the most important late game resource. Although aluminum's also quite useful too. If we're not clear, Burger King is Charlemagne. He looks like, if you're familiar with the Burger King advertising campaign, I don't know if they run it in countries outside the US, but in the United States, there's the long-running advertising campaign with the Burger King. Burger King's a restaurant in the United States. And it looks very similar to Charlemagne's art in this game. So that's why we often refer to him as the Burger King. It's not the most clear reference, I know. All right, anyway, so there's another stack over here. In this era, the stacks can move around really quickly on the rails, so it can be hard to keep track of where the stacks are. 45 units should not have much trouble taking Den Bosch. Although whether it's going to be a useful capture after that, who knows? Because a lot of these cities that Gilgamesh took are in former Dutch territory. All right, environmentalism, not stop the war. Keep refreshing the map here. We never changed the music, did we? We might as well go medieval for the remaining time that we've got here. Just for the music that does not fit the era at all. If you're curious, why not put on like industrial or modern era music? YouTube puts a copyright claim if you do the late era music, which is annoying. So this will be on YouTube, and that's why just use the early music for these games now. It's not a lot, but I figure I'd rather avoid the copyright claim. Yeah, I know Burger King's in a number of different places. My favorite Burger King place that I've seen was in Australia, where they have Hungry Jack, My wife and I were really amused to see that we actually researched a little of the story behind. We're like, why are all the Burger Kings called Hungry Jacks here? Apparently, the the Burger King franchises were bought by a group called Lucky Jack or something like that in Australia. I hope I'm getting the name right. But a real Hungry Jacks, is that it? Hungry Jacks, not Lucky Jacks. Hungry Jacks, yeah. It's like this group that owns the all the Burger King franchises, and there was like some legal dispute about that or something. We went to Australia last year for our honeymoon. So Hungry Jacks, I couldn't think of the exact name, but we're like, why are they advertising for Whoppers at Hungry Jacks? Anyway, great, really interesting story about like copyright disputes and all that. But for whatever reason, Burger King is called Hungry Jacks in Australia. Okay, but back to this game. So, still ongoing. Right now, Charlemagne is in the process of dying, and we've got a very close space race here. We should look at their research rates. Gilgamesh is at 1900, Mehmed's at 2100, so Mehmed's slightly higher. Yeah, slightly higher, although it's close enough that it's not a big difference between the two of them. We also should look at the diplomacy to see if Mehmed would want to jump back into this war. So if Mehmed goes into a war, it will only be with Charlie. He can't declare it pleased, so he will not fight either of these two. Willem can only fight Burger King. He's friendly with the other two. AIs never plot war at friendly. Just curious if he is thinking about going back into this war. Oh, it's not even on here because he can't declare war yet. It hasn't been 10 turns. Okay. So this war is grinding onwards, and Gilgamesh will have he has a shot to win by domination if he can take all this land. It's going to be close, and then it's also going to be close as far as the spaceship too. Boy, so it's come down to just these two after like this game that was very back and forth. But I think they both still have a really good chance to win. Like if we want to look at that tech tree, no, not Willem. Sorry, Willem, you don't have a chance to win at this point. So Gilgamesh, he's missing fission, refrigeration, and then the tech scene here. And Mehmed, he's missing refrigeration, but he is then also missing the techs here. So this is like almost identical. Mehmed is slightly ahead. Mehmed is 2 techs ahead. That might be enough to win though. Like he doesn't need to be ahead by a lot. I do wonder if him being at peace is like, because he's putting cities on research because he's at peace. I do wonder if that's making a difference. So maybe that stop the war resolution really was smart if it's going to allow him to get over the finish line and win win by spaceship over Gilgamesh. Then again, Gilgamesh only needs to get to 62% land area, and he's at 42% right now. And then there's also the fact that Willem will definitely vote for Gilgamesh in the UN. So there's also the diplomatic victory aspect too. Take a few more Holy Roman cities and throw in Willem's vote, and you could have a diplomatic victory here too. Also, who will research stealth? Yes, stealth is the eternal poison pill tech. If you're unfamiliar with this, I'll just highlight this again real quick. So there's all these spaceship techs down here. You need fusion to launch the spaceship. You need genetics, robotics, fiber optics. You do not need stealth. It is 100% optional tech. And we have seen AIs throw games because they researched stealth and lost the space race by spending like 4 turns on stealth. Totally optional tech. Has no spaceship applications, only military applications. But Charlemagne is still dying. He's losing. He doesn't have very many cities left now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. No, 10 with The Hague up there. 10 cities left. And they're falling one every other turn or so as the tanks keep pushing onwards. I do not expect Gilgamesh to sign a peace treaty with him. I think he'll just keep oh, well, here it is. I was like, I don't think he'll sign a peace treaty. It's like, well, here we go. Stop the war. This is reminiscent of our old Apostolic Palace days. Oh, wait. Willem's gotten back into the fighting. What? Okay, buddy. Sure, why not? Gonna cost me more points in the picking contest, but whatever. Come on, Willem. Gotta get that territory back. I don't know if he even registers in the power bar graphs. Yeah. It's just kind of amazing how closely matched Gilgamesh and Mehmed are. They are very close together. Well, let's see if this vote goes through. He's like, give me back the Hague. It succeeds. I don't know if this is good or bad or what. It succeeds. Everyone votes yes, except Charlemagne, who's like, no, please keep beating on me. Maybe he's into S&M or something. So now it's Willem just at war with Charlemagne. Willem got another city back in Delft. So now maybe Charlie comes back and attacks him. Okay. This is really weird. All right, so now the focus is really coming down to space race stuff because it doesn't look like domination's going to happen here. Does Willem now lose his cities back to Holy Rome again? His little stack here has 1 tank and like 5 other units. What a weird game. We should check to see if Mehmed's back to plotting war now. Still feels very up in the air between these two. If anything, I think maybe a slight edge to Mehmed now, just because I think he's slightly further ahead on the spaceship. In terms of beakers, Gilgamesh is at 2,000 and Mehmed's at 25. Yeah, that's enough to be significant. That's 25% more beakers. So Gilgamesh does not have refrigeration, so he's missing that tech plus what he's got here. He's going for fusion. And Mehmed does have refrigeration and is also going for fusion, but has fiber optics. So it's close, but Mehmed's about 2 techs ahead, and that might be enough. Yeah, about 2 techs ahead right now. I think we'll still see at least 1 more war declaration, though. Poor Holy Rome is like just shot to all shot to pieces here. By the way, does Willem have access to oil? Yes, he does. So he was able to get an oil resource. Remember that oil is pretty deep in Holy Rome's territory. So is Mehmed back to plotting war? No, he's not. Now, he can't declare war on anyone other than Charlemagne, but Gilgamesh is not in that position. While it is most likely he would attack Charlie, he can attack anyone. He could attack Willem, or if we really want this game to get spicy, he can also declare on Mehmed. It is possible for him to declare it pleased. So that would be really spicy if that happened. I don't think that's going to happen, but I would enjoy seeing it. Space elevator might actually matter. Did someone build the space elevator yet? Or is it under production? Because if it's a close space race, who can build the darn parts faster does matter. All right, enough with the... Did someone actually build the space elevator yet? I don't see it in the wonder list, so I think it hasn't been finished yet. Let's see if anyone's building it. It has to be built near the equator. Oh, look, more cities getting liberated back. The Dutch, they're being revived. Here comes Willem. I don't see anyone with it under production right now, although I could be missing it. I don't turn on culture because then it's just a big blur everywhere. The fusion grade engineer. Well, the fusion grade engineer. So you can't use grade engineers to rush spaceship parts, but you can use them to rush the space elevator. So yeah, that could be helpful for someone going for it. Mehmed got it. He was the first to the tech. With these Dutch cities starting to grow again, that does give a potential Gilgamesh more votes in the UN. Because like if Willem votes for Gilgamesh, that would be more votes in the UN. So Gilgamesh is the leader. Let's see how much him plus Willem is. All right, it's not enough right now. It's 414. Yeah, that's definitely not enough. 414 out of 799. He's at 779. He's at 53% with their votes. That's not enough. You need about 63%. Still, he's not that far off. If Gilgamesh were to take a little bit more territory, then he could actually get over the top for a Diplo victory. That might be his best chance of winning the game, honestly. Meanwhile, here comes Holy Rome back attacking again. Was this all an elaborate plot just to get Willem to kill himself against Charlemagne? He's like, I'll pile in. And then everyone else is like, peace, we're out of here. I'm out. So he is not plotting war, and Gilgamesh is still on the 10-turn grace period, so Gilgamesh still can't declare war yet. Here comes Holy Rome back to fight again against the Dutch. Did not expect this game to take 4 hours. Well, part of it is just how long. I mean, we're getting close to turn 400 here, and part of it is it's been close. When it's a close game, I slow it down a bit. If it's a blowout, I tend to rush through the turns a little faster. But long game plus close game means it's going to take a while. So let's just check in on where they are on the tech tree again, because they split up. They both went for fusion. Gilgamesh has now grabbed composites. He still does need to get refrigeration because it's... Oh wait, no, that's not a mandatory tech. You can skip that, I think? Yeah, you can skip that. Okay, maybe he'll just skip this tech altogether because it's not mandatory. So he is on composites. He then needs computers, which is mandatory. Yeah, computers is mandatory. He needs composites, computers, robotics, genetics. So he needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 techs. He needs 5 techs. Mehmed, on the other hand, needs 1, 2, 3, 4 techs. So he needs 4 more. So he's 1 tech up. And that's presuming that Gilgamesh doesn't go for refrigeration, which he very well might. What was that? Was that another city getting gifted over? Because it looked like the borders just shifted up there. Yeah, another city liberated. Okay, Gilgamesh. The Dutch are on the rise. Here they come. Here we go, boys. Willem's got this. No, the AI, if they are not at war with the Civ, they are often likely to give back the cities. That actually really helped Charlemagne in last year's game. He actually got a fair number of cities liberated back to him. It's still not going to be enough to save the Dutch here, though, as the Holy Roman tanks continue to move out here. So environmentalism, not a victory vote. Yeah, this city has like no defenders, so mostly keeping an eye on what these two are researching. So another Dutch city gets captured. Is Willem going to be eliminated before this game ends again? Is this like an elaborate troll job by Gilgamesh? He's like, I'll give you this city back. And then it just gets captured away from him, trying to get the Dutch killed. All right, universal environmentalism. Okay. A really elaborate troll job. So Gilgamesh did go back to get refrigeration, which means he probably can't win the space race. I don't think he can win by space at this point. I think it has to be either domination, which I don't think he has enough time yet to do, or I think it has to be by diplomatic. But I think time's running out for him to pull this off. The UN peace treaty, I think, really hurt him as far as that goes. All right, so Mehmed is back to plotting war, which can only be against one person. Does Mehmed have the elevator under construction? Yes, he just finished it. So there it goes. He just finished the space elevator. So that will definitely help. He'll be able to build the parts faster. Although I don't think the limitation is going to be production. I think the limitation is going to be who can get to the techs faster. And Mehmed is he's just 2 techs ahead, and he's been consistently 2 techs ahead for a while now. Or researches stealth. The only thing is, I think he researches stealth, and then I think Gilgamesh also researches stealth, because they both have pretty militaristic tech flavors. We've also got the Manhattan Project finishing, so maybe we get to see a few nukes go off before this game comes to an end. So that's fun. Yeah, I'm past the finishing date for points too. I actually think this is going to be a 0-point game for me, because I think I'm going to miss on everything. Which is a little sad, but... Well, maybe I can get Gilgamesh for 2nd place. If Mehmed wins, because I have Gilgamesh for 2nd. Yeah, Mehmed is going stealth, which is... just what you'd expect to see. So maybe if Gilgamesh just ignores stealth completely... Maybe if he ignores stealth completely. I really thought this was going to be a cultural finish for the game, but all the people who would have gone for culture kind of got knocked out, so it didn't end up happening. Looks like it's going to be space, which is probably the safer victory condition anyway. All right, once again, no Diplo victory votes taking place. I don't even know what's going on with the borders here. Like, what is this? This is this is the real Holy Roman Empire, like the historical Holy Roman Empire. These are the borders. All right, back to peace again between those two. Did that cancel out Mehmed's plotting? Nope. So space seems like the most likely victory condition, but this game's had a lot of twists and turns in it. So I really have no idea what these borders are. All right, more votes. So no one's at war just yet. Watch, now Gilgamesh is probably also going to go for stealth here. Although if he just ignores stealth and goes for superconductor's genetics, he might have a shot. Although, yeah, well, because it's 2 techs for each of them. Maybe if he ignores stealth, but watch, he's going to research stealth. Practically guarantee he's going to research stealth. I have 1 point for wars right up until the next turn when Mehmed declares, and then I'm 5 off and I don't think I get any points. Like I said, it's okay. It's been a really entertaining game, and that's the most important thing. How about Gilgamesh? Is he plotting war? All right, well, he's plotting war too. So again, if you want the super spicy outcome, he goes to war with Mehmed, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're both going to pile on Charlemagne again. This is the most absurd border. I've seen some weird ones in Civ4. This has to be up there with the most absurd that I've seen. Gilgamesh going, oh, well, whoa. Late game Golden Age. Well. If he skips stealth, if he doesn't research stealth in a Golden Age, he might be able to finish these techs faster. Because his research rate's going to jump up as a result of that. Yeah, now look at this. Now Mehmed's at 2,000 and Gilgamesh is at 2,500. Well, the late game Golden Age, is that going to be enough to swing it? I don't know. I fully expect to see Gilgamesh researching stealth here, by the way. The infamous stealth poison pill. Is Willem still in the running? No. I'm sorry, Willem is not in the running. Oh, womp womp. As I said, I fully expected him to research stealth. And there it is. It makes sense. They both have militaristic tech preferences. They both go for the military techs, but that probably means that this is over and that Mehmed's going to be the winner. Somewhat shockingly, because he only needs ecology genetics, and now Gilgamesh needs to research stealth and then also do superconductor and go for the stasis chamber, which is one of the more expensive parts. So yeah, it looks like it might be. Looks like it's going to be Mehmed, barring some last-second drama, which I wouldn't put past this game. So I'm just kind of waiting for one of these AIs. Unless, hey, maybe something crazy could happen. You never know. I mean, Willem is still alive and kicking somehow. All right, so there's the war declaration by Mehmed, because there's green units pouring over the border into Holy Rome. Remember, he can only declare war on Charlemagne because he doesn't plot war at pleased. At least up until the next peacekeeping resolution. So then we've got the crazy borders in that screenshot too. Okay. So, like I said, we're going to get a war declaration here, and then we're going to get another one from Gilgamesh, who's also plotting war. So we're gonna be high enough that I'm not going to score any points for number of wars, for better or for worse. This is going to be pretty bad for Charlie because now it's mechs and modern armor coming across the borders for him. And that stack, yeah, there's Like, infantry are okay against tanks. They're not good, but they can kind of do something. Infantry does not hold up against modern armor. They just get run over because it's 20 strength against 40 strength, and that is a losing matchup. Well, there were Holy Roman units there, and now they're all dead. And now the borders are even more confusing as far as what the heck's going on over there. I suspect the Hague is next. I mean, the power bar graphs have to be absurdly one-sided. Yeah, poor Charlie. So, like I said, I expect Nijmegen and the Hague. Oh, we got nukes going off too. There they go. Might as well launch some nukes and just wreck the place up that much more. There goes Nijmegen and the Hague, both captured. Gilgamesh is just one tech behind. Well, we always have the chance to see the AIs. No, he needs superconductor and genetics, whereas Mehmed has just finished the tech tree. So maybe he does something funky with the spaceship, but I just don't think Gilgamesh can get the spaceship built fast enough. It still doesn't look like Charlemagne is not going to survive to the... questionable as to whether he survives to the end of this game or not. There's not that many turns left, but he's also getting carved up pretty darn fast here. I mean, when like the nukes are raining down and you've got modern armor just rampaging across the plains of Holy Rome. There's not a lot of... How many cities are left anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 7 left. I mean, if Gilgamesh hops in here from the other direction, it's going to be even uglier. So Mehmed has completely finished the tech tree. He should be launching his spaceship any turn now, because he'll be finishing up with the last parts. And whereas Gilgamesh still has to finish up. Well, I mean, maybe he's building them in a stupid location. You never know. But having the space elevator is going to help there. Where's Mehmed's capital in relation to the Gilgamesh border? Good question. Where is his capital anyway? Unfortunately, it's way up here. I don't think there's any way. I don't think there's any way Gilgamesh could get up there. So just the stasis chamber left to go. And then the spaceship will launch next turn. That said, I don't think that it's... Because I think all the other parts are done. Yeah, if you look at Mehmed, let's pull up Gilgamesh relative here. So Mehmed has all of the thrusters done and all the casings. He has every part done except the stasis chamber, whereas Gilgamesh still has to build more thrusters and the stasis chamber and the docking bay. So going to be hard to see that advantage being overcome here. I've seen weirder stuff, but the spaceship's going to launch this turn, I think. And I don't think that there's time enough. Also, Gilgamesh just declared war, I think, because Den Bosch just got captured there. Wait, no, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong part of the map. That had already been captured. But I think he still declared war anyway, because I see a stack right here. And he also celebrated by launching ICBMs. Ooh, where are these landing? Just out of curiosity. Well, apparently he decided to nuke the living daylights out of that spot. So that's war number 15. It's a shame I didn't go for the round number of 15 instead of a little below 10. But as I said, I thought this would be a short game. It did not turn into a short game. It turned into a very long game. So I do not think... Wait, did the spaceship launch or no? I thought it was going to launch there. Oh, wait. Actually, I think we're just waiting on more of these nuke announcements. And then I think we're going to see the spaceship launch. Or did it not launch? Because it looks like Mehmed's got all the parts done. What is he waiting on? It did launch. Okay, did I just miss it in the... Oh, there it is. Mehmed's launched the spaceship. Okay. So... And Gilgamesh... This is the fastest it can get there, too. So yeah, Gilgamesh is really close. He just needs to build the stasis chamber. But the stasis chamber is 3 turns behind. So what a close space race. It came down to like 4... It's only, I think, 4 turns apart between these two. But it does look like Mehmed's got it at this point. You guys did see it launch. Okay, I just missed that detail. Meanwhile, they're deciding to celebrate by beating the living daylights out of Holy Rome. Poor Charlie. Remember how I said that Washington and Ashoka getting eliminated was bad for him long term? And like this is why. He's the only high piece weight leader in a field of all low piece weight leaders. So this is kind of a natural result. Maybe Gilgamesh will get the killing blow so he can pick up his 6th kill of the year. As more nukes continue to rain down. So this is always fun when you have someone getting nuked a lot. Note that the relations are minus 32 and minus 23. There's minus 8 for you nuked us with MethNet and minus 14 from you nuked us. Every time you launch a nuclear weapon, it's minus 2 relations permanently with that AI. So you can get like absurd unhappiness. We actually got to minus 100 in one game. Not this season, but a couple years ago. And you're seeing cities fall left and right too. So we've got like this radiation-soaked hellhole is all that's left of poor Holy Rome. I don't know how there's even culture still extending up on these tiles. I guess it's now collapsed. Yeah, almost nothing left now, just down to the last few cities, Prague and Aachen. I mean, that's a lot of nukes that have been launched here. Like, how much radiation is there on the map? Radiation everywhere. I mean, they're just... Let's just get this in the chat log, by the way. So if you're curious about what's been going on... Yeah, so there were a lot of nukes. I'm just going to screenshot that. Yep, so a lot of nuclear weapons being fired here. Meanwhile, Willem's like, hey, guess what? I've actually gotten a lot of my territory back thanks to liberations. His capital is this size 4 city, but the Dutch homeland has survived. So for those who picked Willem like me, can take some solace in him somehow against all odds continuing to hold his homeland. Meanwhile, in the radioactive wastes of Holy Rome, which now looks like a Fallout scenario, let's see who gets the finishing blow here. I think it's going to be Gilgamesh, because I think Mehmed's going to kill Aachen, followed by Gilgamesh killing Prague. But I could be wrong. Oh, wait. I was like, wait, that's right. Gilgamesh moves, then Mehmed moves. But Gilgamesh did not capture this city. So Gilgamesh should have launched his spaceship too. No, he didn't launch his spaceship. Is he still one part away? Maybe he just hasn't launched it yet. I thought that he would have launched his spaceship. Because he completed the stasis chamber. Is he still missing a part? That's weird. Oh well. I'll probably launch it this turn. But Gilgamesh is going to get the killing blow here. In this extremely radiation-soaked area. Yep, see? So he can take a small bit of solace in getting another point for the kill. But not going to make up for missing the championship by that narrow of a margin. So that's it for Holy Rome. How close is he to domination? Not close enough. He's got about half of the total population and land area, but that's not enough. All right, let's put that on the spreadsheet before I forget about it. So Charlemagne eliminated as well. On turn 394. Wow, late finish. 394. And Gilgamesh gets the last kill. 6 kills on the season. That's well clear of the rest of the field. 4 was the highest for anyone else. Although obviously it helps being in more games, so you have more chances to get kills. Gilgamesh was in 4 games this season, so he had more chances to pick up kills. And that should be it. I think we just next turn this until we get over the finish line here. The record is 7. We actually had Stalin and Julius Caesar tie for 7 in season 3. 7's the most we've had in one season. Looks like turn 400. So yeah, Gilgamesh could go to war, but I don't see that happening. Wow. Plus 10 for you've liberated our cities. Maybe if Gilgamesh hadn't liberated all these cities back, he might have had enough, but I think he still would have been short on land area. So I don't expect to see anything happen in the last 5 turns here. Any chance for one more war? I mean, it's always possible, but seems somewhat unlikely. I'll just check in to see if either of them are plotting. Willem is friendly with both, so he won't declare war at this point. Yes, and Stalin's 7th kill in that season was Caesar. So, hey, the Dutch get another city back. So any debate about who won the Golden Spear that season was pretty much ended because Julius Caesar and Stalin were tied, but Stalin got his last kill by killing Julius Caesar. So that kind of settled the argument about who deserved to win the Golden Spear. All right, well, we have enough on our hands already. So, okay. Man, this guy doesn't quit, does he? So apparently he's plotting war already. And it could be with either Willem or Mehmed. But apparently he's plotting to go back to war again. I don't know if we're going to see that. Like one more war. He doesn't have enough to get over the finish line, though. And there's not going to be another diplomatic vote. Look at the workers out there scrubbing up the fallout. There's not going to be another chance for a vote because they're having a secretary general vote, and it takes another 5 turns before you can even call resolution. There's just not enough time left in the game for anything other than the spaceship ending. All right. So yeah, Gilgamesh, even with Willem's votes, that's still not enough to win. 466 is not enough. It's not a 2/3 margin. Can we play on to see who he declared war on? I'm kind of curious who he was plotting war with too. We can check that afterwards, because I'm also curious. But there it is. 1 turn earlier than we thought. I think we were focusing on turn 400. But anyway, turn 399 in 1979 AD, we have Mehmed as our winner. I don't think he was an especially deserving champion because he really did not a lot in his opening round game or his playoff game, but his championship game was well played. This one was just open for a lot of different winners, and in the end, Mehmed snuck it out by a small amount. It was super close between him and Gilgamesh. Really, really entertaining game. A lot of fun to watch. That one was so back and forth between so many different people. And the winner at the end is not the score leader, which is something we don't see that often. All right, let's watch the replay for this. Try to make sense of what the heck happened in this game. All right, so early game, probably the most important thing in the early... Let's speed this up a little bit. Probably the most important thing in the early turns is Washington gets out to a bad start. Like, his cities are not connected. He had the double barbarian cities on his borders. Like, his expansion was just bad. And the fact that Washington was weak did set up a lot of the rest of this game. Another thing is this, I mentioned this at the time, this barbarian city getting captured by Willem made him very strong because he had, like, all the other leaders had like this little donut hole in their territory, but Willem had a barb city there that he captured. So early on, Willem is definitely the strongest. We get our first war declaration of Gilgamesh taking out this city from Washington, which again further weakens Washington. So that goes on for a bit. And Mehmed and Ahsoka fight, and they have a very inconclusive war. So at this point, everything's looking great for Willem. He's the tech leader. He's the score leader by a lot. If he picks his target well, he really could snowball this game. But instead he decides to go to Gilgamesh, which is a really questionable decision for several reasons. 1, because Gilgamesh was one of the stronger leaders. 2, because Gilgamesh was part of a Buddhist block of leaders, these three right here, which pretty much ensured that the other Buddhist leaders would come to his defense. It's also bad because Willem's a low peace weight leader, Gilgamesh is a low peace weight leader. They're natural allies. He would have done much better to attack a high peace weight leader, either Charlemagne or Ashoka, but he goes for neither. And then the big turning event in the game, single biggest turning event in the game, Charlie declares war on Willem, and the runaway is stuck in a 2-front war for the next 60 turns, 70 turns, that pulls him back into the pack. And so what this does is it buys time for Mehmed to get back into the game because Mehmed's early game was not very good. He got stuck in an unproductive war with Ashoka that went nowhere. And the fact that there was so much fighting in the south that went nowhere bought him time to get back in the game and Ashoka time to get back into the game. So it lets him make his move by going to war with Washington and very slowly capturing Washington's territory, which ultimately made him one of the strong AIs in the game. So fighting, fighting, fighting forever and ever and ever. We see Washington slowly dying. And here we get Willem makes peace with Gilgamesh, and then Gilgamesh makes his move, declares war on Ashoka. If he doesn't do this, Ashoka probably wins the game because he was already pushing for a cultural victory. And I think he might have, like, we might have had a very early finish with Ashoka winning by culture. Like, that was in the cards, but it didn't happen because Gilgamesh made that play. So Washington dies. And then next up is Ashoka on the chopping block. I mixed metaphors there. So we see India very slowly die because it took forever to bombard out all the defenses. But once they're gone, now we've got a world where we have low peace weight Gilgamesh, we have low peace weight Mehmed, we have what's left of low peace weight Willem. And that means even though Charlemagne is in a strong position, I believe he was the tech leader coming out of these wars, his position just long term is unsustainable because these other leaders are not going to like him. Yes, they were propped up with religion for a while. Yes, they were propped up with shared civic for a while, but it's only a matter of time until, you know, Mehmed declares war, and then Gilgamesh, where's that? Gilgamesh declares war, and at that point, it's a situation Holy Rome can't survive. So from then, it's pretty straightforward. We know that Holy Rome will be slowly on the way out, and it's going to come down to which one of these two can space race to the finish. And it turns out that it's Mehmed who gets the advantage. But goodbye, Holy Rome. Woo! And we get to the finish. Time spent 4 hours, 21 minutes. Woo! Long game. So Willem survives, but takes home a third place finish. Gilgamesh has the most land and the most population, but takes second to the Ottomans. And that's our game.